All right, let's go ahead and get started. Hello, Harold. All right, let's go ahead and start with the roll call.
Mayor Bagley.
Here.
Council members Christensen. Finley. Martin.
She's here.
Peck. Rodriguez. Waters. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, great, thanks. Let's have the pledge. Let's wait for a second. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, just a quick reminder, if you want to see this live online, it's www.longmontcolorado.gov. Although I say that and we're all here. So if you want to pull out your phones and see yourselves, go ahead and look, I guess. Don't know how we'd get that to people without, but anyway, I always read it. Just a quick reminder, anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, you need to get your name on this list. If your name doesn't get on the list, you can still come talk, but it's going to be at the end of the meeting. And so you also have 3 minutes and 3 minutes only, at which point I've got to cut you off. So, all right, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of May 21st, May 21st, 2019? All right, let's vote. Sorry, Dr. Waters?
Yeah, I think thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think we have a correction on the May 25th or 21st minutes in my packet on page 7. So if I scroll down quick. On page 4 of the packet, the item right at the bottom of that page, it says Councilmember Waters moved and seconded by Waters. Now I have a fair amount of influence, but I don't have any control of anything, and that would put me in the position of having a lot of control. So I'm not certain who seconded and who moved, but I didn't do both of those.
So will you accept the amendment?
So I'm
What? So do you want to correct it?
I don't know how to correct it.
All right, so we're approving the minutes with the corrections pointed out by Dr. Waters,
Thank
and
you.
Don Quintana will fix it. All right, let's vote. All right, I'm assuming that passed unanimously. All right, May 25th, 28th, 2019, regular session minutes. Can I have a motion? All right, I'll second that. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's move on to agenda revisions and submission of documents and motions to direct the city manager. Anything?
Mayor, a couple items that I
Yeah.
wanted to note. Council received a corrected agenda noting the correct second reading date for the item 8B. Additionally, a corrected list for board applicants. And there was an additional document added for item 11C, the Longmont draft SES tool. And then I believe city attorney would also like to provide an update on a draft change.
Okay, do you want to handle that now? Okay.
Yes, please. Mayor Eugene May, City Attorney. At your desk is a substitute ordinance for item 9B, the sales and use tax revenue bonds. We had a formatting issue where all the section headings got eaten by Word, and so we put the section headings back. Substantively, the ordinance is the same, so when we get to that item, I will ask that you substitute this ordinance. I have a red line with me. Yours is a clean version. It really just puts back the section heading numbers.
All right, thank you. Anything else? All right, great. Let's move on then. Get going with our meeting. All right, no city manager's report?
No, I do have a quick
Oh, okay,
report.
that's what I meant by anything else. Then Harold, what would you like to say?
So I know council said, we talked about a while ago about the gathering line that was in the eastern portion of our community near Trail Ridge Road. What I wanted to tell council is we've been having talked about the gathering line on the eastern side of the community. We've had a number of conversations. Anadarko has chosen to shut that gathering line down. And so what I wanted to and they did that based on there was no more production. There was only one well on that. Based on the production of that well, they made the decision that it wasn't meeting their operational needs. So they have, basically as of today, they're wrapping up the abandonment of that gathering line. The stamp well is shut in, and all connections of the gathering line are disconnected. And so
Cool.
I know
Good
that
job.
was something that council was wanting. Just wanted to let you know it's being done. There will be more things coming, but in terms of that, I've got pictures that I've just seen, so I wanted to let you know today,
Cool. So it's being finished up this week or today?
this week. But I think everything's been disconnected.
Okay, cool. That's good news. All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to special reports and presentations. 6A is a proclamation designating June 2019 as Bicycle Month in Longmont. And if there's a member of city staff here to accept this wonderful proclamation. Whereas the city of Longmont is committed to bicycling as a viable transportation mode and a key recreational activity, and whereas the city of Longmont is committed to increasing awareness of bicycling as a healthy and environmentally friendly alternative to driving an automobile, and whereas bicycling is the ultimate form of clean and efficient transportation as it does not burn fossil fuels, emit toxic pollutants, or increase traffic congestion. Every time I look up, there's just more people here. Whereas Bike Month provides an opportunity to encourage residents, workers, and visitors to bicycle for health, for the environment, for transportation, and for recreation. And whereas Bike Month is also an opportunity to encourage residents to bike for any reason and to remind everyone to safely share the city's roadways and greenways. Now, therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim June 2019 as Bike Month in Longmont and encourage the residents of our community to get out and enjoy the many benefits of bicycling, not only during the month of June, but throughout the year. Signed, the Mayor.
Mayor Bankley, thank you for your proclamation designating June as Bike Month. My name is Ben Ortiz with Planning and Development Services, and I'm accompanied by several people from the local bicycle riding community. As you may know, the Model Traffic Code for the state of Colorado classifies the bicycle as a legitimate form of transportation, subject to the same rights, rules, and responsibilities as motor vehicles. You may also know that a number of people that can't afford an automobile choose to ride bicycles for transportation purposes instead of driving. They choose to ride bicycles because it's better for the environment, it's less expensive than operating a motor vehicle, it's good exercise, or they ride for the simple joy of it. On the other hand, there are a lot of people who have no choice but to ride a bicycle. Some have a disability and cannot operate a motor vehicle, but are still able to ride a bicycle. Some cannot operate a motor vehicle legally. They may be too young or have their licenses taken away. Lastly, some people simply cannot afford the cost of owning and operating a motor vehicle. So for equity reasons, it's particularly important that a safe and connected bicycle network be developed to accommodate the needs of choice riders, but most particularly those that have no choice. In recognition of Bike Month, the city will be promoting several activities during the month of June to celebrate the bicycle as a legitimate form of transportation. On Saturday, June 15th, the city will be celebrating Bike to Beverage Day, where 16 local beverage businesses, including breweries, distilleries, coffee houses, brew pubs, and a smoothie shop, will be offering incentives to individuals that ride their bicycles to their businesses. On Wednesday, June 26th, the city will be celebrating Bike to Work Day, during which the city of Longmont, along with several other organizations, will be hosting water and breakfast stations to provide aid and sustenance to riders during their morning or evening commutes. And lastly, the City of Longmont Recreation Services will be offering several classes, including roadside mechanics, biking for the re-beginner, navigating through Longmont by bike, and rides tailor-made for seniors. So once again, Mayor and City Council, thank you very much for taking the time out of your extremely busy schedules to make this proclamation. It's most welcome and greatly appreciated.
Great, thank you. Hey, little girl, what's your name? What's your Nadia? Would you let us take your picture? Come on up.
And everybody kind of turns sideways like this side. There we go. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right, next. Actually, can someone write down the password for Publinet and then get it to me? Thanks. Because I never memorize it. I've asked like 1,000 times. All right, thanks. All right, the next is a proclamation designating the week of June 17th through the 22nd, 2019 as Longmont Pride Week in Longmont, Colorado. And so I would like to invite members of the Out Boulder County who are present to come on down to accept the proclamation. I see Marty Moore and other individuals. All right, it says, whereas each year during the month of June, residents of Longmont join together to celebrate and honor history, diversity, and the resilience of the LGBTQ communities through Longmont Pride. And whereas Longmont has a diverse LGBTQ community that includes people of many ethnicities, religions, and professions. And whereas diversity is a community asset that enhances and enriches the lives of all community members. And whereas the city of Longmont reaffirms its commitment to the promotion and protection of the human rights of LGBTQ residents. Now, therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim the week of June 17th through 22nd, 2019 as Longmont Pride Week in Longmont and encourage all our residents to respect and honor our diverse community and celebrate and build a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance. Marty, would you like to say something? Yes, Ray, you may.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ray Rodriguez. I'm a 20-year resident of Longmont, and also my family has been here multiple generations. This isn't your grandparents' Longmont anymore. That's what my friend Marty says every time we move our community forward. Speaking of which, I'd like to honor my late grandfather, Gene Maldonado from Longmont, who served on D-Day in World War II. He fought for a safer world for all of us. Creating a safer world is part of why we're here today. Today we're sending a message from our elected officials and the community here with us. You might say you're saving people. As a child that struggled with feeling safe at school, I have to tell you that this means so much to that 15-year-old Ray Rodriguez that was ready to stop fighting. Stop fighting all the messages that I was not worthy. Today we get to send a message to our small, big town that our community, especially our youth, are not just worthy, but that we're enough. And that's worth celebrating. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for this proclamation. On what is the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, the modern-day uprising of the LGBTQ community, this means a lot to have this year. I think Longmont has come a long way in the 5 or 6 years that I've been able to be back in the state. It's the 25th anniversary of Out Boulder County, and we've been working hard and long in this community. And as you look at all of us here tonight, know we are here. We are working to make Longmont a better place, and you can count on us, as I know we can count on you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Marty. And if you don't mind, we need a picture. We need a picture.
great. Looking great. Say pride.
All right. Good vibes, good vibes. All right, let's do another proclamation. Can't really screw up that, can we? If it can be screwed up, I can, yes. This is a proclamation designating June 17th, 2019 as Rotary Club of Longmont 100th Anniversary Day in Longmont, Colorado. And so I would like to invite the Rotary Club members who are present to come up and accept Mayor Leona Stacker. Thank you very much for coming. So, whereas Rotary is the world's first service club and continues its commitment to service above self, and whereas Rotary is 1.2 million service-minded men and women belonging to more than 28,000 Rotary clubs in virtually every nation in the world, providing humanitarian service and advancing goodwill and peace, and whereas in the 1980s, Rotary made a commitment to eradicate polio worldwide, and with partnerships, this massive endeavor has decreased polio cases by 99.9%. And whereas the Rotary Club of Longmont serves the community through projects including Salvation Army bell ringing, an annual coat drive, park cleanups, and many others, and looks forward to another 100 years of service to the community. Now, therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim June 17, 2019 as Rotary Club of Longmont 100th Anniversary Day in Longmont, and encourage residents to thank Rotary members for their service and to our community over the past 100 years. And also, I guess, to also go out and maybe join Rotary, right? Get involved. So, sign the mayor. Mayor Stacker.
We would be delighted to have you come and join us. I want you to know that Debbie, who is our current president, she and I were not here 100 years ago. I just thought we'd make that clear so that you would know. I just thought I'd share with you very quickly something that we say at every Rotary meeting, and it's the Rotary's four-way test. It starts with, is it the truth? Number 2, is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? And this we say every week, the four-way test of the things we think, say, or do. The world would be a different place if we did all of these things. So thank you very much. We're excited to be here. I know there are several other Rotarians here of another Rotary Club. We have 3 Rotary Clubs in Longmont. We meet at different times. One Wednesday morning at 7:30, another Tuesday at noon, and another Thursday at noon. So we welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you want to say anything, President?
Well, Mayor Bagley, Longmont City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity for us to share our proclamation. Thank you for making that happen. We are very proud Rotarians and are really excited that Longmont has had a club in its community for 100 years. I think that's pretty awesome.
All right, great. How many years did you sit on this desk, Mayor? You okay over on the other side?
8.
8 years? Well, you look great on that side. So, thank you. Thanks. So come on over. Let's take your picture.
Okay, yeah, I can't see council. Step up, Joan. No, fill the gap between behind them. You guys can be back. There you go, perfect. All right, everyone say service above self. Well, not while I'm taking the picture. Joan, you hide no matter what.
All right, we're going to go ahead and have a presentation of the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting Award for the 2017 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And Jim, you get this every year, right?
Mayor Bagley, the city gets this every year.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'm
but-
just up here to announce it. So I'm Jim Golden, the Chief Financial Officer, and this is an award for the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for 2017. We've taken the occasion of the night that we'll be presenting you the 2018 CAFRA audit tonight to be able to recognize the city's staff and the city's achievement of the GFOA award for the 2017 report. So this is the highest form of recognition for excellence in state and local government financial reporting. It's a significant accomplishment for the city, its management, and the finance department. We've received the award for the past 38 years. And in order to be awarded a certificate of achievement, the government must publish an easily readable, and I'm sure you all read through that report tonight and agree it's easily readable, and efficiently organized comprehensive annual financial report, and must satisfy both generally accepted accounting principles and applicable legal requirements. So there's been it's been judged by a panel of financial peers to meet the standards of the program, and that it demonstrates a constructive spirit of full disclosure. The certificate of achievement is sometimes key in our ability to achieve a credit rating. And as you're aware, you'll be approving a bond issue tonight. We're actually doing a credit rating presentation in a couple of days, and it's always important for us to be able to point to the fact that we do receive this award year in, year out. So with that, I'd like to recognize the staff involved in this, and luckily tonight, you usually have myself and the accounting manager here to accept this award, but we have much of the accounting team that was involved in putting together the 2018 CAFA here tonight. And so I want to first introduce them and also get them involved in another photo opportunity for you all. So accounting manager Deanne Hansen's here, along with lead accountants Susie McGinley and Sammy Colson. We have accountant Haley Barak, and we have accounting technician Sue Carruthers. And also I want to mention some other staff involved in this, our accountants Kim Klug and Carlin Gonzalez, not here tonight, and Ann Jordan, who works with the Public Information Office, and myself, always is involved in preparing this report as well. So with that, and for the first time, I actually almost forgot to bring the awards tonight, and after the pledge, I ran upstairs and got them. So we are going to, I'm going to ask these folks to come on down, the team to come down, and maybe we can have a picture, one more picture from the council.
Take the picture now.
All right, squeeze in a little more. There you go. All right, accounting is fun. 1, 2, 3.
And for whatever it's worth, you know, as mayor, and then before this as city council, a member of city council, of all the administrative functions in the city that I've spent time on, the least amount has been worrying about Jim Golden and the budget. So for whatever it's worth, thank you. So, all right. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and then Council. I'm Deanne Hansen. I'm the accounting manager here for the city. I'd like to thank you all for your continued support of our operations.
People are doing this. Get up there and really
sorry.
talk into that mic.
Eat it. Okay. And I'd like to give a special thanks to Susie McGinley and Sammy Colson. They helped out immensely in the preparation of this CAFR. I'd also like to thank Ann Jordan for pulling the document together so quickly for us in such a short time frame. So the city engaged Clifton Larson Allen to perform the audit of our financial statements. Paul Niedermuller directed the audit and will present the audit comments and respond to any questions from council. So the city finished 2018 with a total net position of $1.185 billion. The governmental activities making up $477 million and business type activities making up $708 million of that. It's an increase in net position of $61 million from 2017. You can see financial highlights associated with citywide net position in the management discussion and analysis on page 27 of your CAFR. So more relevant information pertaining to fund balances and change in net position of the major governmental funds can be found on page 44 and 45 of your CAFR, as well as a summary of fund balances in the council communication on page 3. The major enterprise funds, net position, and working capital information can be found on page 54 through 55 of your CAFR and page 5 of your council communication. We also present information on our retirement benefits in the CAFR. We had benefits equal to $146.4 million. This information can be found on pages 208 through 209 of your CAFR, and also page 4 of your council communication summarizes the balances in each of those funds. It also includes the balances of our other post-employment benefits in there. So with that, if you have any questions, you may ask me, or I can direct it to Paul Niedermuller for audit comments.
I think we're okay. Dr. Waters?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Bagley. Yeah, it's a very complex audit. I'm just and curious, pages 350 to 356 are listed either material weaknesses or deficiencies. Is that, and they're by category, is that the summary of any and all weaknesses or deficiencies identified in the audit, and then the
Yes.
corrective actions?
Yes.
So yeah, it's a short list, and
A short list.
yeah. So I just wanted to make certain I hadn't missed something else, and just say well done if that's the list.
That's it.
Great. Anything else?
So I'll turn it over to Paul. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. Paul Niedermuller with Clifton Larson Allen, and I'm just going to briefly highlight our process and our role as your independent auditor. Again, we work for the City Council, so our role and our stewardship over this process, we make sure that the financial statements as presented to us are in all material respects. The city has 267 pages of financial information. We get 3 of them. And of those 3, you can start on page 23, and that highlights an unmodified opinion, which means in all material respects, we stand behind the numbers as presented on pages 41 through 107. As was alluded earlier by Council Member Waters, we did have some recommendations that are within your packet, and the corrective action that the city will undergo going forward is also identified within that document. As you can imagine, this is a several hundred-hour engagement, and we work closely with cities, so all of the folks that were represented in front of you accepting the award from 2017 undergo a lot of different questions, and we're very diligent in their responses to our firm in order to satisfy the requirement, also our opinion as presented today. In our also communications, where we wanted to highlight a few things that I think of substance, is we did not have any disagreements, we did not have any information that was withheld from us, and which I think is very good news to council and the mayor in terms of your role and responsibility for governance over the financial activities of the city of Longmont. At this point, I would be happy to pause and address any specific questions you have as your independent auditor.
I think we all think that, okay, just like every year, did good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, let's move on to, oh, do we have to move, do we have to accept it? I don't think so. All right, do we have a motion to accept this stellar report? All right, it's been moved and seconded a couple times. Let's go ahead and vote. It was actually moved by Councilmember Martin and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. And that passes unanimously. Thank you again, finance people. All right, let's move on to first call, public invited to be heard. We have a list tonight. So 3 minutes, no matter how much I like you or what you're saying, we're going to have to cut you off. And you get extra points for being precise and quick. All right, let's start with Karen Dyke. Here to talk about Bike Month. I'm kidding.
Karen Dyke, 708 Hayden Court. Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm going to start with a real quick thank you to the council and to Harold for getting that gathering line closed. We are all a little safer now. Thank you. Every day we hear new evidence of climate change. We hear about flooding in the middle of our country and hundreds of tornadoes, fires in the west, and daily flooding on the east coast. We also hear how the price of renewable energy is rapidly declining. This was all predicted. What we aren't hearing much about is action. Our window for addressing the high amount of carbon we're putting in the air is closing. It is time for action. This council set a goal to be 100% renewable energy for electric generation by 2030. The work isn't complete on this. The documents for this meeting say that installation of advanced metering, or AMI, will take 3 to 10 years to install. The time frame in the budget seems to indicate starting to roll out in 2022. It is important that we are ready for PRPA, and that's our municipal power provider, to increase to over 50% renewable energy so that we can help with the load balancing that's necessary with renewables. In order to do that, the city also needs to begin educating the public on smart metering and the advantages they will have if their home is ready. People are already buying smart home devices. Will they be interactive with our AMI? Does this council have a time frame to move to electric vehicles and also to electrify appliances in our homes? It is time to look at how we are going to accomplish this. One study I read discusses the need for careful planning to avoid stranding the poor as the only ones who remain reliant on fossil fuels, because the cost of fuels will increase dramatically when the majority of gas is switched to electric. Can we stop incentivizing installation of gas appliances now and instead have a program that advocates moving to electric? Can we talk about rooftop solar and how it fits into LPC's demand management? And do we want to encourage storage with rooftop solar? How does Longmont fit into the strategy of the state renewable energy goals? My message tonight is that we need to move faster. There's a lot to do. We were a leader in declaring our commitment to 100% renewable energy. Let's be a leader again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Gregory Ivan. I'm pretty sure I slaughtered that, but yep.
Good evening, Gregory Iwan, 1615 Sherman Way. The last graduate degree I accepted was in urban and regional planning. What drew me here tonight is the proposal for 88 dwellings along West 15th Avenue, part of the holdings of Faith Baptist Church. No matter the asking rents the completed project may command, there is a clear gap, as you know today, between what the vast majority of working people can earn in this region and what a residence of any stripe might sell for. Rental units offer a decent living standard for 1/3 of all households. Not all tenements or slums, however, are zoned multifamily. I hope this council will not be swayed by kitchen sink protests where everything from insomnia to athlete's foot it might be attributed to this project or that. Density is not always indicative of the devil's work. I do agree fully with fears of added vehicular traffic. I'd favor, for example, a requirement whereby residents, as a condition of their leases, could not own or rent any motor vehicle. Yeah, lots of luck. But when social attributes are cited or implied, I find the hackles rising on my neck. In my experience, residents of anything less than a McMansion may often be termed those people. The Nazis called certain people Untermenschen, meaning less than human. I have, as a user, been victimized by the mean spirit's poison. I reject it. In my opinion, we've built enough gates, barricades, cul-de-sacs, and walls. What I'd prefer to see is more rooftops. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Halsey?
How's the audio? In the interest of time, would the people who are here with issues about the 15th and Ash development stand up or raise your hand? Good evening, council members and neighbors. I'm not here to speak about any homeless shelter. I am here to speak about the plan to build 88 affordable units in multi-unit buildings on the 4 acres at 15th and Ash. According to the city website, the property is zoned RSF, or residential single family. The developers did not notify the owners, property owners, as required by Section J, Chapter 5.2 of the code, which requires written notice to owners with 1,000 feet for a major application development. At the meeting, the developer's employee confirmed that only those within 300 feet were notified. The code allows 300 feet for minor application development. A project that doubles the number of units in a neighborhood is not minor. I attended Envision Longmont session on zoning, and would like to know if these 88 affordable units are the 12%, what development or developments hold the other 733 not affordable units? Thank you for listening.
All right. John Ziegelheim.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. John Ziegelheim, 1950 Kimbark. The convergence of Kimbark and Buckley is much more than a corner when we put faces to it. My neighbor Norm Wagner and Judy have lived there for over 50 years. Norm worked at Rocky Flats until his retirement. He was hit with radiation 3 times and has survived cancer, quadruple bypass surgery, has brain stimulators implanted, you name it, he's had it. Jerry and Julie, neighbors in their 80s, are diabetics. Another neighbor, Stephanie, has a family history of cancer and osteoporosis. The thing they all have in common is they walk around the neighborhood for exercise and blood circulation, rarely using the sidewalk as asphalt is easier on the feet than cement. Doubling the traffic if this driveway is granted from the proposed apartment complex behind Tires Plus increases their chances of getting hit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tom Miller?
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Tom Miller, a resident of over 30 years at 1952 Kimbark. I am in support of a win-win solution to the Kinsey apartment proposal at 1960 Main Street, which will allow for both the preservation of our neighborhood and development of the commercial lot without using our streets and negatively impacting us with reasonable modifications. This commercial lot has about 3/4 of an acre buildable land. 44 units without adequate parking on less than an acre is absurd. 15 times the density of our neighborhood, not 4 times, 15. This is really a commercial endeavor. Planning has stated commercial traffic would not be allowed on our neighborhood. This project's 24/7 traffic would be worse than commercial. Instead of breaching an agreement, the applicant can downsize and have an 85-foot fire truck turnaround like the new Nelson Road development. This cul-de-sac would be a few hundred feet from Main Street and close to the fire station. The applicant already has 2 legal accesses to Main, one 220 foot long and 32 feet wide. The entrance is 50 foot wide. The second is 230
30 feet to the south. Both have deceleration lanes. A correction to the record, the current main drive does not go through Taco Star Tires Plus Parking. Tire employees park further north. Planning 26 years ago forced Main Street access upon applicant's lot as new Burger King blocked applicant's historic north-south access from McDonald's to applicant's lot via the alley. Burger King blocked that access, reversing that now is unreasonable. Applicant's lot has never had legal access to Kimbark or Buckley. If it had, it would have sold for $1.2 million instead of $180,000. Applicant's commercial lot and all businesses also have a shared drive running parallel to Main Street, just 20 feet from Main. This gives applicant 2 legal accesses to Main. All traffic will eventually end up on Main. Many minutes are saved using these current accesses versus congested 19th Street. Needlessly going through our neighborhood adds a mile to northbound tenants, 20 plus miles of needless pollution each day. Longmont wants to be a green community. I've submitted alternate designs. A few give applicant extra parking. Some ideas add some cheap exterior walls but would move the building close to Main and shorten utilities. City workers said if applicant's idea goes through, Buckley Street would be torn up for a quarter mile and 2 upsized sewer. Same with Kimbark. With fear of those improvements would be passed on to the citizens. Main Street utilities are only 220 feet away. These alternatives need 0 access to our streets. The fire department was originally against it, and Karen ruled on January 14th about access. 1, emergency services require full and open access that cannot be blocked by bollards or a gate. 2, applicant will need a CDOT permit. Somehow FD changed their logical reasonings. Applicant refused to resubmit, saying he'd fire the fire department. How is that possible? Vacating applicant's current access is putting the cart before the horse, a clever scheme. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, sir.
I've also got a diagram.
If you want to pass that to the city clerk, we'll enter it into the record. All right, Susan Springer.
Susan Springer, 1607 Bowen Street. I speak to protest the proposed high-density development at 15th and Ash. My concerns are many. Chief among them is increased traffic pressure on 2 streets that are already a problem. At the corner of 16th and Bowen, I can attest that even without this proposed development, speeding traffic on 16th is an issue. Drivers use 16th Avenue between Francis and Gay to race. On 15th Avenue at the intersection with Bowen, my car was hit 4 years ago by an eastbound driver who failed to stop at the stop sign. I am still dealing with the injuries I sustained in that accident, and my quality of life has diminished because of them. Since that time, at least once a week, I am obliged to brake suddenly or use my horn at that same intersection because a driver fails to yield at either the eastbound or westbound stop sign. Neighbors have complained to the city that the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit is too fast for 15th Avenue. One neighbor has recorded video of drivers failing to stop at the sign on 15th and Grant. One video even shows a hit and run at this intersection. The proposed 88-unit development is priced to attract tenants who will have at least 1 car per household, most likely 2. A conservative estimate is that 170 more vehicles will travel 15th and 16th. Hear me. These are already problem streets and problem intersections. They are poorly engineered and poorly patrolled. Even without this development, these streets need lower speed limits and speed bumps. If this development proceeds and nothing substantive is done about these streets, then the city's liability increases the next time an accident occurs. I take issue with the fact that only residents within 300 feet of this high-density project received notification of the proposal. The impact of such a project is far more widespread than those living within 300 feet. This proposed project is not in compliance with Section 1.3A of Envision Longmont, which states infill development should, quote, maintain and enhance the character of established neighborhoods, end quote. Right? Why create a vision and a plan if you don't follow it? Please do not permit this project in its present form. Hold public hearings so the concerns of the neighborhoods can be fully addressed. Rezone this lot to prohibit high-density development. Address concerns about 15th and 16th Avenues. I support affordable housing, but 12% is too low a bar to make a meaningful statement, and the city gives away too much in exchange for such a token. I support sustainable housing, but only if the rent prices are inhibited so they are sub-market in perpetuity. I am not against infill development and could support this project if its density were cut by 50% and the present medium density zoning was respected. Please comply with Envision Longmont and protect the character and safety of our established neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead, guys. That sounds awesome, but we can't, as I'm waving my gavel. No, I always cut people off when they're clapping and whatnot, because there might be somebody here who really wants the development. And so we encourage free speech, et cetera, and fostering of all ideas. So no matter what I may or may not think about what she just said, we have to be respectful and not clap. Unless it's a hands down something that's like, oh, look, it's a little girl and she's cute and we're going to clap and make her feel better. But sorry, not little, sorry. Cute, but that's about it. Sorry, no. All right, let's go ahead and go on to the next person. It is Deborah Marino. Although you were quite eloquent and well-spoken, and the applause was well-deserved. Thank you.
Deborah Marino, 250 Kimbark. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. In regards to the 15th and Ash issue, my friend who is unable to attend tonight has one of the mobile homes in the right-of-way and was advised by a planner of this project that if this project is approved, she will lose her mobile home. Being disabled, she has no means in which to move and finding sustainable housing. She has also lived in her current mobile home for many years, and this would cause a great deal of disruption in her life and a tremendous stress on her. Many of my other concerns have been addressed and covered already, and I'm sure will be covered by future speakers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right. Mayor Stacker. I guess she left. Deb, you still here? President of the Rotary? All right, I guess they left on a high note. All right, Bill Hayes?
Council. Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Bill Hayes, 1324 15th Avenue. Susan pretty much said everything I was going to say. My concern with the 88 units is the developers is allowing 153 parking places. I have to assume that each unit will have 2 cars, which means they should have a minimum of 175, plus visitor parking. If we don't have any visitor parking, then the street is going to be lined with cars all the time. If you count 175 cars, 2 to 4 trips a day, you're going to have 350 to 600 trips going down 15th Avenue. When we went to the meeting at the Baptist Church, they said 15th was a collector street, which I don't see how it can be called a collector street, but that's what they said. I noticed today traffic counters were put on the streets. I would like to point out that the traffic in the summer is much less than during school's in. When school's in, a lot of people are bringing their kids to school, so the traffic will be higher. I'd like to see a count during school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Callie King.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Callie King and I live at 1434 Pratt Street. My family and I have lived here in this neighborhood and owned our home for 10 years. I am here tonight to talk about the Envision Longmont plan and the recent zoning and land use changes that could have a negative impact on my neighborhood. Specifically, I recently attended a neighborhood meeting for a potential development project at 815th Avenue. This is the Old Faith Baptist football field on 15th. This property is a 4-acre piece of land that the church has posted for sale. Envision Longmont changed the land use on this lot from medium density residential to residential mixed neighborhood. Medium density residential allowed for up to 12 units per acre. The new zoning of residential mixed neighborhood allows for up to 18 dwelling units per acre. However, a development with it that incorporates affordable housing units may be allowed up to 22 units per acre. That is nearly double the allowable density on this property than what was previously zoned for in Vision Longmont. This is a mistake and does not fit our neighborhood. The proposed apartment project is proposing three-story apartment buildings, which will be 88 units on 4 acres. 3-story apartments and a maximum of 22 units per acre will be next door to large lot single-family homes and single-family residents and neighborhoods. This is not good land use planning. Additionally, allowing 3-story apartment buildings does not meet primary or secondary use of the mixed neighborhood land use category according to Envision Longmont. I believe this type of proposed high-density development is taking advantage of the code and only maximizes development for private gain and profit. Good land use planning would require transition zone between large lot single-family residents and any high-density development. It is my understanding that this city council approved Envision Longmont and the current land use code, and both can be amended. I believe that the city council was too aggressive when considering this specific property as an area of change and revising the zone to allow for more dense development. Furthermore, my neighborhood is shown as an area of stability, and the proposed maximum allowable development density would negatively impact our neighborhood, which is not the spirit of Envision Longmont. I am requesting that you please direct staff to look into this property and Envision Longmont plan and land use code to make recommendations to limit the high-density development in this area. I would also request the council put a hold on any site plan applications for this property until staff has time to evaluate the area and bring back recommendations to limit high-density development. Please take action tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kate Powell?
Kate Powell, 1426 Pratt Street. I echo what's been said from others so far up to this point regarding the concerns with that proposed high-density development. My overall concerns are also in regards to the significant zoning changes that have now appeared to turn Longmont into a developer's free-for-all. My question is, how frequently are developers able to request variances to go beyond what the intended land use code is, under the guise of saying they will throw in some affordable housing units into their mix? Our understanding, based on the Envision Longmont plan, was that the land codes were the rules, and it feels like developers, with the city's approval, are able to continually go around those rules and intended uses. When the Envision Longmont plan was created and announced, and although I understand and support the objective for infill, large-scale, high-density buildings packed into every available inch along the river and dropped into established neighborhoods wasn't what was portrayed in the plan. The community feels somewhat blindsided by the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law with this Envision Longmont plan. For instance, 15th Avenue and Ash Apartments. The zoning, as mentioned, went from medium density to residential mixed neighborhood. The primary and secondary uses for that land code use we thought would be used, and that it was never to be intended for high-density apartments, and that 15th would not be treated as a major thoroughfare. We do not feel this project aligns with what the Envision Longmont plan and the zoning changes initially entailed for that code. It was reported to us by Brian Shoemaker, the city staff planner, that the Envision Longmont plan is the decision maker motivating these changes. However, these changes appear to be in conflict with the Envision Longmont plan. For instance, according to that plan, ensure infill development and redevelopment is designed to be sensitive to and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood context, providing transitions in height, scale, mass, and the intensity of activity programmed along the shared street frontage or lot lines. As mentioned, it's also a huge concern that the development is using the guise of affordable housing to get approval for higher density than intended, and then in turn plans to uproot truly low-income vulnerable mobile home users on the north end lot. I want to ask what is important to the council. What is the true vision of the Longmont plan? Is it to benefit the developers and their long-term financial plans, or for the overall benefit of the community? I support the newly proposed Longmont Sustainability Evaluation System to ensure developers' interests don't supersede community interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenny Powell?
Good evening. I won't take too much of your time. As mentioned, we do have concerns with the zoning. It's something that you guys all voted on. You guys all changed, and perhaps we should have been more involved at the time, but we weren't, and here we are. We're hoping that you guys can amend the zoning to either take it back to what it was or support what it actually is. According to the plan, the Envision Longmont plan, the long-range planning horizon of this plan requires that it be flexible and adapt to changing conditions and should be reviewed and revised as needed. The plan is a guide and not a regulation. Trade-offs may be faced during the process for controversial projects that provide benefits to the city as a whole, yet may impact local neighborhoods and businesses. So, with that said, we should be able to do a test or something, or as Councilmember Waters said in the paper today, or was quoted in the paper today, the sustainability evaluation system. If we could implement that and just see what the effect is going to be on the neighborhood, that would be really great for us. That's kind of what we're hoping to do. Allowing developers to go around the primary and secondary uses and then push the boundaries of secondary use doesn't feel like the city is being transparent with the community and what the plans are. We've heard a lot of specific concerns about the project on 15th. We ask that the council reconsider zoning changes that were implemented for this particular area. Or that if residential mixed neighborhood is going to be the new zoning code, that the letter law versus spirit of law be followed in regards to the primary and secondary intents of the land use code. According to Envision Longmont, amendments can be made and things can be reconsidered. And we're hoping that this happens, or at the very least, the variance approval for higher density projects be denied, seeing as it's not compatible for the area. Having 88 units abut to large lot, single family homes doesn't really seem like a good transition. One of the homes has livestock on it, so that would be like 3-story buildings and a cow, which is, I guess, neat in some way, but it doesn't seem like it flows. I think we can all enjoy a neighborhood where you flow into a neighborhood, right? It's less dense and gets more dense, and then we have a beautiful downtown, and I'd like to see us proceed with that in our community. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Dan Hummy, or Humey.
Mayor Bagley, Council. My name is Dan Hummickey. I live at 2132 Calais Drive. I'm here to talk about a current issue that you guys passed an ordinance on back in January regarding prairie dogs. We live in an HOA unit there at the corner of Pace and 66. It's also lined with Olympic Street and Calais. The property there is overrun with prairie dogs. And we understand that the way it was set up, that the owners have no obligation to take care of these at this time. The thing is they're coming over into our properties now, and they're creating a problem that we can't stop. We don't feel like they're being taking care of their properties the way they should. What happens, it comes over into our property, now it's costing us money. They're not responsible for that. They don't live here in the city. So there's no consequences for them. I would invite you to come out and take a look at our properties. The kids can't play out in the yards any longer. There's holes in the yards. The dogs that walk up there, they're not even walking their dogs down in those areas because of the feces and stuff that we have all over. Even trying to put a fence down along that one area is not going to fix it. They're coming around the fence, they're going under the fence, they're doing whatever they can. We have put up a fence. We have tried to water them out and drown them out, and none of that seems to be working. So we would appreciate this council to take a second look at the ordinance that you guys built, and let's take a look and see if we can't work together and get something fixed so we can make the property owners responsible for their properties. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Rebecca Hall. What? Oh, I'm sorry. That was Dan Hume. Chris Shepard, look, you're next. Rebecca Hall, you just wait. I'll wait. Thank you. Sorry, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Shepard. I live at 2132 Calais Drive, Unit A. I am the treasurer of our HOA, Pinnacle Condominiums, Inc. I'm also going to be talking on behalf of another member of our board of directors, Angela Eastman, who could not be here today, though she's had contact with several of you. What we are talking about is that the ordinance that is currently on the books has several unintended consequences, we feel. The ordinance does not provide reasonable solutions for neighborhoods such as ours, since the landowners that have the prairie dogs on them, on the undeveloped land, do not have the responsibility to address the nuisance that they're creating for us. So what this means is that we as an HOA are left with the need to come up with measures to address the problem that we are having. The trouble is that is, of course, causing much cost and expense, as a treasurer of HOA I can attest to. We see that the ordinance is written and treats prairie dogs as a protected species rather than pests, which might be introducing diseases by the fleas that they might be carrying and from their fecal matter that they might be depositing on the lawns and driveways and the sidewalks in our area. The regulations currently treat residential and non-residential property is the same as undeveloped properties. The permitting process is very, very complicated. For example, it takes 3 to 6 months for a major permit to be issued. This is very difficult for property owners, particularly for those who own more than 1 acre, who have more than 25 prairie dogs on their property. Fencing is currently the responsibility of the party making a request for a permit. It's not the owner of who has the majority of the prairie dogs on their property. Homeowners should be able to protect the value of their homes and real estate from destruction. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Now we will hear from Rebecca Hall. Sorry about the confusion. Saved your spot.
Thank you very much. My name is Rebecca Hall, and I am the owner with my husband of the Goddard School, talking about the prairie dogs again. We are adjacent with the large open space on 66 and Pace that is full of hundreds of holes. They are coming into our playground every day. I'm walking the playgrounds, making sure that I'm cleaning up anything that is left on the playground before the children go outside for recess and things like that. What's very hard, though, is we have toddlers and infants that go out that put everything in their mouths. So, I mean, it's something that is very hard for us to control, being right adjacent. These homeowners that are behind us, and we're over 1 acre, so it creates more problems for us, and we probably do now have more than 25 holes on our property as well. So we go into another category with the ordinance that was passed in January. So my main concerns from all of this is that so we built the school in August of 2006. We opened it in August of 2007. And then October of 2014, the landowner did provide a service and did take care of the prairie dogs at that time. Did not get rid of them entirely, but had a service done. I used the man that he used to take care of my 3 holes at the time. And then 4 years went past. I had a service done 4/30 of 18, and then I was 3 times the amount of holes, and those, it did not matter at all. When I talked to the man that did it, which was AAA Pest Control, that did it before the ordinance was passed, he said as long as the property owner did not take care of his, I was showing good faith that I was trying to take care and manage my holes, but it's not going to matter. And that was $400 to $500 right there alone that came out of my budget that I had to spend on that. Also, what I've done in the past year is I changed all of my playground dirt and grass, which we love to have. We love to do picnics outside, do things like that. We have now changed it all over to turf, which cost more than $70,000 to do. And that was a huge expense. And now they're still on the playgrounds. They're destroying and eating up the turf, which I'm going to have my man that installed it back in August to come and just make sure that there's not any problems with the turf or that it's going to rip or anything like that. But those are our concerns, not to even mention the health and safety. Lots of concerns. We serve more than 160 families, 20 teachers. And we're just concerned about the health and safety as well.
You had me at kids eating prairie dog poop, but thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Gonna have to cut you off.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Not sure how to pronounce this. Bob Norris. That's true.
Mayor and City Council members, I'm Bob Norris. I live at 532 Ryder Ridge Drive. Let me first say I greatly appreciate and urge you to continue your concern for the shortcoming of early childhood education. I want to encourage you and thank you for your interest in early childhood education. As you've noted, there's a great shortage of quality early childhood education, and this is going to have a great impact on our future. Primary thing I wanted to talk about is the proposal to build pools and ice skating rinks, and it's not that I'm against that kind of thing, but I don't think I have enough information to understand it. As I talked to one of you, I think we would like to also include a community center. We'd also like to understand who's going to use an Olympic pool. If it's primarily the schools, maybe they ought to pay for it. I use the pool at Centennial Pool. I enjoy doing that. I think it's good for us senior and even younger people. I would like to have you take a look at what I sent to all of you. The Recreation Center in Joliet, Illinois, at the Inwood Center, which has a lot more for it. It does have a pool. It does have an ice skating rink. It has a big area with lots of equipment. It does have a track, but it also has a community center, and it also has physical therapists. It offers a lot to the community. So what I'm really asking you is let's look at all the possibilities, look at who's using it, not just how many people's using it, what's the demographics of people using it. I look at an ice skating rink, and I think there's a lot of people and families that can't afford to have ice skates and equipments and lessons and stuff. So, and I'd also like, as I would like in other things, I would like this kind of discussed and the various considerations to be presented in a readable form, stuck with our utility bills. We send a utility bill out every month, and there's lots of information we could use, from how to be more efficient with energy and water. The Water Department put out a lot of that information over the years. I think we're missing a great opportunity to inform our citizenship. And thank you, and next time I expect you to wear the shirt.
I will. I stand with Bob. All right, Colleen Fitzgerald? I got it, nice. Oh, Fitzgerald, dang it.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name's Colleen Fitzgerald. I live at 1324 15th Street. It is the corner of 15th and Bowen, and I assure you Susan is not the only one who honks the horn when she goes through. In fact, just this afternoon, I was putting out some mulch, and my husband and I both witnessed a car blast right through the stop sign. Fortunately, nobody was there. But at least now I know it's Susan that's honking quite a bit. I'm learning a little bit about the process, and I look forward to being able to participate in the process in regards to this proposed apartment complex. One of the things that was brought to my attention was a connector street and how 15th is considered a connector street. And I guess when I think of connector, I think of like Mountain View. And the majority of the homes on Mountain View fall out to those different side streets, whereas on 15th Avenue, most of those homes are accessed, their driveways on 15th. And I can't imagine the increased number of cars with people trying to go in and out of their driveways. So I guess that is something that I do look forward to learning a little bit more as to how 15th then can be considered that connector street. I do understand and agree that there is a housing crisis, and I'm not against the high density. I guess I would just hope that city staff through the process can really take a look and determine whether what is being proposed is appropriate for that neighborhood. I think it's a little bit too much and would agree with Susan's proposal of 50%. Again, I look forward to being involved in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Joe Ashton.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Joe Ashton, 1630 Lincoln Court. Everything that Susan has said, I'm in complete agreement with. And what has been said about the congestion on 15th is really bad. There's also another area too, when you drive down 15th and you come to, let's say, Bowen or Gay, it's hard to see because of the congestion and the way the houses are built and the fences that are there. Sometimes you have to move out into the street in order to continue either east or westbound on 15th. So there's a problem with accidents all the time in that area. The only other thing I can add to that is I think there's a better use of that property. I would like to see some sort of maybe townhomes going in there, high quality townhomes, which would enhance the residential neighborhood, because it is a residential neighborhood with homes and nice homes. That's basically all that I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jeremy Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Jeremy Gregory, 238 Sweet Valley Court, Longmont, Colorado. I am here to talk about the SES. This is huge. This is something that I wish we would have had a long time ago. I think it's important that we pass a sustainability evaluation system and not a watered down one either, because this will solve a lot of problems. Being a principal in a nonprofit and a public benefit corporation who supports solutions-based organizations and endeavors who incorporate a triple bottom line approach, and our corporation and nonprofit has done the same in our charter and mission. This is significant. We're hearing about this proposed development and how it's being snuck in. We know about Brickstone. We know about the property south to that. We're looking at the possibility of losing an amazing area at Dry Creek Park. And what can solve this is this SCS. We need something that does focus on the triple bottom line. We look at communities around the world that have implemented this, and we're seeing those communities prosper environmentally, financially, and socially. This is going to take care of what's going on with our St. Vrain and our rivers. Developers and development have had so much power and control for too long, and they have this profits over life mentality. And we need to level the playing field here. We need to give the voice back to the people and to our natural heritage, because we're seeing it decimated. And this council has the opportunity to do something for this community now and for future generations. And we need to get this passed. This should have been passed a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Roth.
My name is Ed Roth, and I live at 407 Buckley Drive here in Longmont, and I'm here to address the proposed Kinsey Apartments on 1960 Main Street. I understand there's supposed to be first reading or a public hearing in regards to vacating an easement for access on this issue tonight, and I just wanted to express my disagreement with granting any kind of access onto Kimbark and Buckley. I think our neighborhood has shown reasonable expectations that there's no that the access for this property should be continued on Main Street and not to create a neighborhood mess on ours. I guess also in general, I didn't realize that there's another neighborhood that's having issues with proposed developments, and it seems to me that the Planning and Zoning Department has great latitude in granting developers' rights, but not protecting the neighborhood's rights. And I wish the council could address that at some point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Andy Welch.
Andy Welch, 1830 Sundance Drive. Mayor Bagley and members of council, at the Longmont EDP board meeting in regard to the potential of any type of building moratorium, the board of directors unanimously approved a Longmont EDP position of opposition to options 1 and 2 and a position of support for option 3. More importantly is a recommendation to city council that they walk back their recommendation that there be any delay in the acceptance and consideration of new development applications, and that they send a clear message to the public that Longmont is indeed open for business. The last point is critical to efforts to undo damage that has already been done by the mere suggestion, and to mitigate potential future negative fiscal and economic impacts to the city as a result of the suggestion. The potential moratorium was first brought up on May 28th at a regular city council meeting. Since then, the Longmont EDP leadership has had several conversations with developers and other investors that have made clear the damage has already been done by the mere suggestion. Some of what we have heard includes investors from other parts of the region and country, including Opportunity Zone investors, have discontinued their considerations of making investments in Longmont. These include investments that would have forwarded City Council's work plan and vision along the River Corridor, Main Street Transit Station, the Sugar Mill, and in downtown Longmont. Multiple planned affordable housing developments that have elected either to pull or not submit their applications for development. A residential developer whose planned development would have included both workforce and affordable housing that lost an investor because the investor simply Googled Longmont and encountered the development moratorium headline. Even developers whose projects would have not been affected by the current proposed delay have elected to stop moving forward with Longmont projects because they are concerned that if council will consider this moratorium, they may consider one that does impact them at any time and without warning. Projects close to submitting applications are going to rush projects into the pipeline before the moratorium can be implemented. If enough projects take this approach, the proposed delay would have the opposite effect of what is intended by council and would ultimately create more review work for staff of potentially rushed and lower quality submissions. The world's watching us, and what council says in the public forum matters. Council needs to hear that even the suggestion of a moratorium does not just go away. City council cannot simply turn off the well for a couple of weeks or months and expect development activity to come rushing back. Even if the city council elects to take no action, they have now added a risk factor and unpredictability in doing business in Longmont. Council has told the world that Longmont is unpredictable and at any time can and will consider pulling out the rug from developments. We must make it clear that the development process does not begin with the submission of a development application. Millions of dollars and potentially years of work will have been invested before a project even gets to submission, and that City Council has now added an extra layer of risk that is not palatable for investors or developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Gary Wright.
name's Gary Wright, and I'm a longtime resident of 1408 Pratt Street. And anyway, I'm talking against the apartments on, the Ash Apartments on 15th Avenue. And I couldn't have been more shocked if Van Darko hadn't put an oil well on that property. I guess, and all the way from Main Street to Hover Street is R1 housing, single-family residence only, and all of a sudden we're going to throw this anomaly of this 88 apartments in. I don't know why. We went to the meeting last week, and Brian Shoemaker, it appeared that he said our only recourse is the council meeting, because he's hell-bent on putting the thing in if the council members don't step up and do something about it. Anyway, I'm definitely against it, and I think it'll ruin the neighborhood. But that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's it for page 1. Just keeping everybody apprised, playing a little game here. We've got about, looks like 10 more before we're done with public invited. Elizabeth Storm.
Hi there. Councilmember Bonnie Finley, you are a ward representative. Thank you for listening to everything that we have to say tonight. All the members on the council and mayor, thank you. I'm firmly against the increased development of the 15th and Ash Street apartments. I live 500 walking feet from this proposed development and realize that the traffic that we already have today on 15th Avenue is too much, and adding 88 new units with potentially 176 new vehicles or more is too much for our neighborhood. Also, in keeping with Envision Longmont, this proposal fails Envision Longmont in numerous requests that my neighbors have already told you about. It's not in keeping with the single-family home neighborhood, nor does it take into account the fact that Terry Street Townhomes is also a planned development, 15 new units at Terry Street on 15th. Nor does it take into account the potential sale of Colorado Stone, which may have already been rezoned to include high-density apartment-style buildings as well. So you are pigeonholing our neighborhood as high-density, and it is not in keeping with the stable neighborhood that we have all purchased into as homeowners and upkeep as well. So I urge you and ask you to take action and stop this development from happening.
All right, thank you. Susan Summers.
Hi, Susan Summers, 1418 Galilee Lane, Longmont. I actually came here tonight to talk about the SES in support of it, and especially after hearing all this commentary tonight, I'm definitely in support of it. I would also like to state that I'm in support of council pausing development so that you can thoroughly take a look at this program. I didn't come here intending to talk about prairie dogs, but I need to now because there were some things said tonight that I'm concerned about. First off, being an instrumental part of the new ordinance, I want to clarify that our original ordinance for prairie dogs never had any language about a property owner being required to fence their prairie dogs in. So the new ordinance didn't create this circumstance at 66 and Pace. Those prairie dogs have been there for a long time. They were likely there when these developments were put in. So they have been trapped in this parcel. I have reached out to these people probably 2 years ago. I went to that site. I walked around like I know Councilman Waters did recently. I have seen what's happening with the prairie dogs. I sympathize. I understand their predicament. I offered my services free of charge 2 years ago. I did ask for if you could help me pay for fencing. I mean, I can't afford to pay for fencing and volunteer all of my time. I'm not independently wealthy, but I did offer. Multiple times I have offered to do this. So it's a little frustrating to me to know that they didn't take me up on my offer, and now they're trying to kind of blame this ordinance on this problem. I do recognize that, and I do support what I think is going to be talked about here tonight, that if they do need to control prairie dogs in a single residence, they should be allowed to do so. We never intended our ordinance to disallow that. And as a matter of fact, I had language in there from the beginning saying that if you were a single family residence, that you could You know, if you have prairie dogs infringing on your property, you should be able to take care of that without all kinds of burden, time burden and financial burden. That got removed. That was not my fault. I tried to get it in there really hard and it didn't work. So I guess I just want to say tonight, you know, please be cautious blaming this ordinance on this particular circumstance. These prairie dogs have been there a long time. I am again offering my services to try to help remedy this. I have spoken to that developer multiple times and said, I want to relocate your prairie dogs. That colony is very important to me and I want them moved. And I can't get a response from the guy. Again, that's out of my control. I still want to do that. I want those prairie dogs to be on the list to get moved to Rocky Flats next spring when the door is open for it. If I could get these neighbors to help me in that battle, it would be great, because I'd like to take all those prairie dogs out of their neighborhood and move them away.
Right,
So
thank you,
that's
Ms.
all I have
Summers.
to say. Thanks.
All right, we have a twofer, Norm and Judy Wagner. Or maybe not. Is Norm or Judy here? Nope, okay. We do not have a twofer. We have a no-fer. Wendell Jean Pickett.
Wendell Jean Pickett, 3813 Florentine Circle, and I'm here to talk about 11C. And I fully support Andy's position with the LEDP on delaying and not having the moratorium, and a strong language from council that we are open for business. But I would like to suggest on the triple bottom line plan that we in the development community would be very willing to work, just as we did with the affordable housing plan, on working together to craft good ordinances and that takes time and effort and probably would not be done in a very short 2 or 3 weeks. But we would like to continue to work with them. We understand as developers the rules continually evolve and change, and standards evolve, but to add a moratorium is, as many of you have heard from me, a cold bucket of water. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ruby Bowman.
Mayor Bagley, council members, my name is Ruby Bowman. It was a long and 1512 Left-Hand Drive. It was a long and arduous 9-month process to develop the Prairie Dog Ordinance, and now staff would like to do away with major provisions of the ordinance. So I think this is
Just get in there to the mic, just really lean in.
I think this is overkill. Yes, the prairie dog issues concerning neighbors of residential properties and the daycare operator should be addressed and remedied, but not by dramatically changing the ordinance to make it more lethal. I have serious concerns about how this is playing out with the prairie dog ordinance. Is this what we are to expect with future wildlife protection ordinances? The city will be working on updating the riparian section of the Land Development Code. If the new code provides stronger protections for riparian areas, should Sherry, Jamie, and I expect 5 months after these protections become law that the city will propose rescinding the new code? I know it's difficult to overcome the mindset of lethal control as being the first choice and the only solution if this was the way things were done for decades. But our city is changing, and so have the priorities of citizens. The open space survey showed they cared about protection and conservation of wildlife and habitat, including prairie dogs. I urge you to honor the ordinance that you adopted in December and except for a very minor tweak to the text. Some may consider prairie dog as a pest, but the truth of the matter is that the black-tailed prairie dog is a species of greatest conservation need according to CPW's Wildlife Action Plan. This is the same designation given to the rare native fish of the St. Vrain River, the ones that we are desperately trying to protect. The black-tailed prairie dog is a Colorado and Boulder County species of special concern. It is also a keystone species, meaning that it has a large overall all effect on community or ecosystem structure or function, and this effect is disproportionately large relative to its abundance. And no scientific research has disproven this fact for urban or rural prairie dogs. Please do not negate the process that's been made so far to protect Longmont's prairie dogs. They desperately need our help, and they have so much to offer us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Danielle Caveney.
My name is Danielle Caveney, and I live at 1919 Quarry Street. I'm here because of the development for the Kensney Apartments. I spoke last week, and I just wanted to come back again and just hope that I can get your attention about what's going on. I also obviously did not know about the other unit that's being placed right down the street as well, which a lot of my neighbors, that's about a mile away. So we have 120 units then virtually coming in a very small area that I don't think the development was quite ready for, and especially where the corner of Kimbark and Buckley meet. I've been walking my dogs a lot right through there, just trying to kind of get a grasp on what it's like, especially right off of 19th Street. And I'm really, really worried about the safety of my neighbors, whether the new residents and also the old, and hope that you understand, and if you haven't come over there, to just take a look at what's going on. There's, from what, right when you, if to try to get that neighborhood specifically to go to Buckley, it's going to have them go around 19th to Collier and then to turn onto Buckley. But they're passing a few streets right there, which would be Kimbark, Emery, Corey, and I don't think that's all of them. But to understand that they would have to be turning in and coming out of there, and you've got a McDonald's parking lot on top of a gas station, also a little like shopping center, and then the neighborhood, and then also 19th being a major street. So I hope that you can all understand what's going on and that it would create a major problem for my neighbors, new and old, and also the development. I also just want to, yeah, that's about it. And also just keep in mind too of the size of those units as well. That they're saying that they'll be around 300 square feet, and that the average apartment these days in the United States is right around 500 square feet. You're dropping that down to a lower than the average statistic, and I don't think that that's right for our residents. Our residents in Longmont deserve better than that and deserve a nice home. And again, I'm in complete in support of low-income housing. I just feel like this spot specifically is unsafe for our neighborhood and also may cause problems in the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Danielle. Sharon Malloy.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, and members of City Council. Sherry Malloy, 2113 Rangeview Lane. I'm here to speak to item 11C, the Sustainability Evaluation Tool. I want to specifically commend Councilman Waters for continually encouraging staff to develop this tool since getting elected. Thanks to all of you for backing this effort. As you know, the concept is to use a triple bottom line approach to reviewing development applications. This is like a three-legged stool, which need three strong legs to be a resilient stool. The three legs are economic, social, and environmental considerations. This is an excellent approach to ensure future development in Longmont incorporates standards and practices that reflect our values. I am pleased this is finally coming before City Council and sincerely hope it will be quickly tweaked and approved so it can go into effect sooner rather than later because development applications continue to be submitted. It is worth mentioning that while the model suggests all three legs are given equal consideration, the categories should really be weighted depending on location. For instance, the social equity leg might be given priority or more weight for an affordable housing project near 66 and Pace, for example. Economic vitality, more weight along Main Street, and the environmental leg, more weight in locations adjacent to sensitive environmental or riparian areas. I'd like to advocate why the environmental leg should be given higher priority for development along our St. Vrain corridor. This greenway has tremendous ecological value with portions designated as critical wildlife habitat according to Boulder County. Colorado Parks and Wildlife has designated our St. Vrain as having immense conservation value to the state of Colorado due to the presence of rare native fish, including the stonecat and brassy minnow, both state-listed threatened species. The entire corridor is identified as a stream habitat connector, which is how wildlife moves from one area to another. The economic benefits of protecting riparian areas are well documented. Longmont's 150-foot conservation buffer is not only essential to protecting the river's health and the wildlife it supports, but also for protecting people, property, and infrastructure. Riparian setbacks sustain or increase property values by helping to keep community costs low, reducing infrastructure costs, and decreasing reliance on engineered solutions. The overall costs associated with the protection of riparian areas are consistently less expensive than restoration projects needed to repair damage from flooding. The best way to ensure the values we all hold dear concerning smart growth, fairness, and environmental protections are safeguarded is by establishing good policy and processes. Thank you for moving forward with this important additional step to measure development proposals according to economic, social, and environmental factors. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Cook.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and members of City Council. Scott Cook, I'm the CEO for the Longmont Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'm at 2212 Tyrrhenian Circle. This evening, you will consider 3 options regarding a development moratorium or a pause. The Chamber requests that you vote to take no action. Together with the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, the Chamber hosts the Local Small Business Advisory Committee, or LBAC. Made up of small business owners and managers from across the community, it regularly reviews and discusses concerns to running small businesses in Longmont. A development delay quickly rose to the top of this list of concerns for committee members. The Chamber is proud to represent both small and large businesses in a range of industries, which of course include developers, construction companies, and more. You've heard from some of them this evening, but I want to add to their voice what we've heard from small business owners not in those sectors. These small business owners have expressed concerns and even fear about a halt or a pause in development applications. Our locally owned businesses understand well the connection between growth, development, and expansion has on their own business interests. When one sector is hurt, it has a direct impact on many other business sectors. While we urge you to vote against this delay, we do believe some damage has been done already. The Chamber asks that the City Council work with the Chamber, the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, all of our economic partners, and the entire community to reassure our business owners that it supports all business activity in Longmont and that Longmont is in fact open for business. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next is former City Manager Gordon Pedro.
Mayor and Council, Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. I'm here to discuss 11C, a potential short-term delay in development applications and update on the SES tool. First off, I'd like to thank Councilmember Waters for vigorously advocating for a systematic process for evaluating development proposals using the concept of the triple bottom line. He campaigned on the need for such a tool and has kept it in focus while on the council. This item would not be on your agenda tonight without Councilmember Waters' motion on May 21st. Your discussion tonight provides you an opportunity to work with staff to determine a realistic schedule to accomplish the numerous code amendments you have directed staff to prepare prior to August. If sufficient resources are not available to accomplish these tasks, then a hiatus in accepting applications may be appropriate. Thank you for your continued concern about our quality of life, which was the end of my prepared remarks. But I have a couple of reactions to things I heard tonight. First off, City Manager Dominguez updated you regarding the abandonment of the gathering line on the east side of our community. This is a huge win for our whole community. And once again, accolades are due to Councilmember Waters because he campaigned on this issue and has doggedly stayed with it throughout his time on the council. The other thing I am concerned about, and this is a great concern to me, several speakers have said tonight that the mere mention of a short-term moratorium or hiatus in accepting development applications is on the verge of destroying our entire economy. I think that is crap. The fact is, this is a wonderful community that has a great reputation, has great resources, has great infrastructure. And to think that it's all going to crumble by a mere mention of a short-term moratorium on development applications is really alarmist and is unrealistic, and I think you would have to agree is over the top. So thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Mr. Pedro. All right, Roxar Strider Benston, you're last.
Greetings, Mayor Bagley, City Council. I'm Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. Wow, there's been a whole lot going on tonight. One thing, I didn't know it was coming up, but Longmont putting forward the triple bottom line is a step into the future, and it's an absolutely necessary step for us to have any chance of holding our society together with climate catastrophe and income inequality and everything else that's going on. The development on 15th Street, bicycle month, you know, I bike a bit. I've biked about 6,000 miles in the last year. And to put the two together, there was a rollover impact car truck accident last month right in that neighborhood on Mountain View and Gay. Mountain View is severely over-trafficked already, and putting a big development would also make that more dangerous, as well as the cross streets. I got there, I threw my bike down and got up and was able to get a tourniquet on a man who was upside down in his pickup truck and bleeding heavily. So anyway, the bicycle, the neighborhood, the triple bottom line. Anyway, and Rotary, 100 years. Well, Boulder County is 100 years late, but now the last 2.5 years, we've got NAACP of Boulder County, which I do represent, and we're putting forward the McIntosh County Shouters. I don't know if that can be seen. The McIntosh County Shouters from McIntosh County, Georgia, and the Sea Islands of South Carolina, the Gula culture, which if anyone saw the movie about 25 years ago, Daughters of the Dust, that is about that area. And they're giving a free concert at Mackey Auditorium, but we would like you to get reserved free tickets. You can call Mackey Auditorium, Eventbrite, or NAACP of Boulder County. And I'd like permission to put this up somewhere in City Hall if that's okay. This is a week from Sunday, June 23rd, 2:30 p.m. at Mackey Auditorium. And we hope to have 2,000 people there. This is really major. Thank you.
Why don't you hand it to the city clerk, and we'll figure that out. All right, we're going to take a break in 14 minutes. Let's push through. My only concern is we're going to get reinvigorated, and then we're going to come back, and this council is going to start talking about stuff. So let's just focus, and I think we can get through a lot of this stuff. Let's go ahead and read this consent agenda, introduction and reading by title. Ms. Quintana, 8A, B, C, and D, and E.
You betcha. Item 8A is ordinance 2019-34, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 6.70 of the Longmont Municipal Code on marijuana stores to update cross-references. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for June 25th, 2019. 8B is ordinance 2019-35, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of access and utility easements generally located at Lot 2 Main Street Center Replat G. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for June 25th, 2019. 8C is resolution 2019-57, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving amendment number 2 to the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Department of the Army for cost sharing for a feasibility study for flood risk management on St. Vrain Creek. Item 8D is approve and authorize the mayor to sign amendments to the scope of 2 existing special council contracts. D1 is the first amendment to special council contract for land use, public works, and affordable housing issues. D2 is first amendment to special council contract for human resource and employment issues. And 8E is approved 2 capital improvement program amendments.
All right, great. Assuming there's no one who wants to pull anything, can we have a motion? It's been moved by Councilmember Martin. It's been seconded by Councilmember Finley. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Let's move on to ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. First is 9A, ordinance 2019-30, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2019. Are there any questions from council? All right, seeing none, let's open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-30. And by the way, in case anybody's curious, the reason I'm flying through is because nobody signed up for any of the public hearings. So if you wanted to speak, raise your hand, but that's why I'm pushing through. All right, seeing no one, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. Can I have a motion? Councilmember Finley.
I move passage of ordinance 2019-30.
All right, it's been seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Let's move on to 9B, ordinance 2019-31, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the City of Longmont, Colorado Sales and Use Tax Revenue Bond, Series 2019. And as pointed out by City Attorney Eugene May, we have a substituted, corrected document here for this ordinance. All right, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, all right. So is there any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem, question? Oh, let's go ahead and have a public hearing on ordinance 2019-31. Anyone want to speak? All right, seeing no one, let's close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
I move passage of ordinance 2019-31.
Second. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. 9C, ordinance 2019-32, a bill for an ordinance approving an economic incentive agreement with Avexis, Inc. Are there any questions from council? All right, seeing none, let's open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-32. Everybody's jumping up. Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close that public hearing. Everybody calm down. There's only one podium here, people. Seriously, calm down. All right? Gosh, dang it. You in the back. Stop. I mean, go. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Motion. All right. We have Dr. Waters moves approval. Do we have a second? We have a second. Councilmember Peck. No? All right. Let's go ahead and vote. Everyone's jumping in. Okay. Councilmember Peck, Councilmember Martin. You want to vote? Punch it again. All right. That passes unanimously. All right, ordinance 2019-33, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to authorize the lease of the real property known as 12260 Weld County Road 5, also known as the premise, as managed by Property Management Plus Realty LLC, also known as the property manager. Are there any questions from council? All right, seeing none, we'd like to open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-33. All right, seeing no one, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. Can we have a motion, please? All right, it's been moved by Dr. Waters and seconded by Councilman Rodriguez. Let's go ahead and vote. Mayor Pro Tem. All right, that passes unanimously. There were no items removed from the consent agenda. We will move on to general business, but we will do so after a 5-minute break. back in and move on to Section 11, General Business. We have a brief presentation by the city regarding electric and water rate studies.
Mayor Bagley and members of council, I'm Dale Rademacher, Deputy City Manager. Tonight, as you see, we have a variety of staff with us to make our second presentation to you regarding the electric, water, and rate study work that is underway. Tonight's focus is going to be on asset management. I'm going to do a 2-minute brief introduction. Then we're going to have some discussion about asset management. We're going to look at some water capital and electric capital projects, and then some revenue requirements, and then finally ended up with council discussion and any particular direction you may want to give us. As I mentioned, and I want to stress, is that these two utilities that we're dealing with are really sort of the core utilities of the city. If you think about it, these are the ones that the city has relied on historically to not only bring in new business and new opportunities into our community, but also to really enhance the quality of life in Longmont. These are also two utilities that have a long legacy of really solid work done by our predecessors before us, and this individual feels a strong commitment to maintaining that legacy and taking us into the future in a very progressive way, which has also been part of our history of progression and moving forward. It's also important that these are low-cost utilities when it comes to social equity in our community. That's an important thing for everyone in this community, that they have access to clean, fresh water, and they have access to low-cost power for their home and for their businesses. I also want to clarify a couple of things in the communication and take ownership for those. First and foremost is that it wasn't staff's intent to give the impression that any project may or may not take up to 10 years, but instead to say it's likely going to be a multi-year project. I want to assure the council staff is absolutely committed to moving with all due speed and all due haste on moving forward, in particular on the EMI project. We probably have a different recommendation and strategy on the undergrounding project, however. I also want to clarify that some of the budget requests that are identified in the communication for year 2020, I've spoken with the city manager, and I believe we're ready to proceed on those now. And that's the new position for the project manager for the AMI project, as well as issuing out the RFP for the consultant work. If we can get going now in June of 2019, we will cut 6 months off of this calendar immediately. So I know Harold is supportive of that, so I also want to say that piece as well. So with that, this is our second conversation. It's a little different than how we've done rate studies and presentations in the past. We were talking to you in April about rate studies, sort of the introduction of the whole concept. Again, tonight, we're delving into the capital side of it and the revenue needs that it takes to run these utilities in a reliable and safe manner, both for citizens as well as for staff that are involved. And again, I can't sort of underestimate or overstate, I should say, the importance of really solid asset planning and management, and really a well thought out capital plan. These utilities are very capital intensive to run and to maintain a level of reliability and quality of service that our customers come to expect. And so, with that, I'd like to just briefly show you. So on the electric side, Longmont is surrounded by Poudre Valley REA. You got the town of Lyons up there in the corner in blue. You got Xcel Energy in purple, and you got United Power on the east. And so you can sort of get a perspective of the lay of the land, if you will, on Longmont and our surrounding REAs and communities that are near us. A little different on the water side, although we are surrounded by water districts. They're certainly not as robust as the city system. And many times we are partnering and working together with those districts, as you have approved in the past agreements of mutual aid and mutual support for each other. That's an important aspect of overall operation of the utilities as well. So with that, and my 2 minutes are probably up, I'm going to turn it over to Bob Allen to discuss with you a little bit about asset management.
Mayor and Council, Bob Allen, Director of Operations, Public Works and Natural Resources. I guess another thing I should say is a number of the projects that you're going to see tonight are still projects that are coming to your approval, at least in the form of a 5-year CIP, and of course for the finance for those plans. So please recognize that. These are not a foregone conclusion. So there are two reasons why a utility makes a capital investment. One is typically to expand a system to meet future demand, and the other one is to manage the assets that they already own. So asset renewal is the replacement or refurbishment of an existing asset, and it's commonly referred to as asset management. Asset management is probably one of the most neglected financial strategies in a utility. There are a lot of utilities that actually will artificially suppress rates to be low and not invest in assets. There are also utilities that will do unnecessary projects and not invest in the renewal of assets. To do so, though, creates a situation where you have an unreliable system and you're eventually going to have rate shock for your customer. So it's an important aspect of any financial program for a utility. You guys look at 5-year CIPs for the most part. Asset management and that planning requires more of a 20 to 30-year horizon. So it takes a lot of discipline to have a good rate structure, and then the discipline to hold those revenues in reserve for many years until they're needed for the projects that will renew your system. There are two ways that assets fail to perform their intended function. One is really obvious, and that is that the asset ages and becomes unreliable in the system. The second one is that the asset becomes obsolete and maybe a well-functioning asset, but one that doesn't really meet modern needs. An AMI or an AMR program would be a good example of that. Old metering infrastructure doesn't really meet the future needs of modernizing a utility. More common reasons why assets go obsolete is for regulatory purposes, and you've seen those before where we've had to come here even in short time horizons and ask for resources to upgrade facilities to meet regulatory compliance. So those are the two reasons that really drive these capital expenditures. If you advance that. This slide here really illustrates the challenge that we have. This is the kilometers of pipe that Longmont has installed in their system dating up until now. And currently, we've renewed a majority of that pipe, 1970 and prior. But if you look what's coming our way, we have a bill to pay in the future, and that is all the pipe that's, really been installed since 1970. And so we'll, in the next 30 to 40 years, a lot of that will become due for investment, and we'll have to have the resources available for that purpose. This is an example of a project for a piece of infrastructure that is going to need rehabbing because of age. This is the Price Park tank. In a few years, will probably not pass regulatory inspections for potable water tanks and will have to be replaced. And please note, it won't look like this when it's replaced. It'll probably be a smaller footprint, probably not much higher, but probably a more traditional circular looking tank. This is really a hybrid type of project. It's a project that is the Nelson Flanders water plant that will be expanded to replace aging infrastructure at Wade Gaddis. That'll be the first wave of improvement here, but it will also be expanded to meet future demands. So it's a good example of a hybrid project, of which we have many. This is another example of a hybrid project, though for a different reason. This is a project that would take an existing resource, a water right that we have a decree for, but we don't have storage for. And we'll need that in the future if we want to have a resilient water supply and a reliable one, if we want to deal with drought conditions, or if we have one of our other existing supplies fail for some reason. Water supply can fail for a lot of reasons, anything from a fire to a pipe that's in a location that you really can't get into and replace very easily, if ever. So this project, once again, is a hybrid example of a project that would be both asset and system development type of project. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to, is it Jess?
Jess. Yeah. Yes. Good evening, Mayor Bagley, council members. Jess Ailes with Longmont Power and Communications. I am the Director of Electric and Broadband Engineering, and going to briefly talk about our ELE 099 CIP, which is our advanced metering project. So LPC is going to be, as Dale said, implementing a multi-year advanced metering project, which is going to involve replacing around 45,000 of our electric meters with the latest technology. The preliminary project's costs are about $16 million, and that's just for the meter change out. It won't include any load control devices at this time, strictly just the meter change outs. The project is currently unfunded in the CIP budget. However, in the current rate study, we'll be including funding options over various timeframes. So one main item I just want to point out what this is going to give us is we're going to get the data for future rate analysis, which I know is of interest, as well as the engineering.
Can you say that one more?
Sorry,
What was
data
the-
for future rate structures using the data we're going to retrieve back from the system, as well as engineering analysis data that we can use for modeling our distribution infrastructure for more future electrification. Also wanted to point out some other things that we're working on. So we're currently, this year, we're going to be piloting a meter data management system. And that system is going to be the go-between between the meter and our CIS billing system, customer information system. And that will also house the tools that we're going to be using for any type of customer engagement, load management or demand side management programs as well. So it's going to be housed in that MDM. We're going to be piloting that on a select group of meters that we currently have in the field. There are we have about 10 or so demand meters that we read via a phone modem, currently in another system called MV90. And we have a couple hundred load survey meters that we read manually as well. And those meters we use to gather customer data, usage data. We've used those for years for rate studies. And as Dale mentioned, we do need to bring on an AMI project manager and consulting services. The project manager, we are prepared to do that this year if directed in order to get things moving forward even quicker. That position will also assist in bringing on, putting out an RFP, which we have currently ready to go out, RFP for consulting services anytime. We have that pretty much finalized right now. And so that position will help with selecting a vendor or consultant to help us with functionality requirements, operability requirements, product vendor selection, and as well as putting together timelines and project schedules. So I think we're at an exciting time right now with technology. With our new, include our new CIS system. We'll have an AMI system and meter data management system. It's a pretty exciting time to have three state-of-the-art systems all at one time or within a certain time frame of each other. And it's going to give us a lot of tools to maintain and strengthen the service we provide to our residents. So with that, I will hand it over to Matt Sheppers.
Thanks, Jess. And I'm very raspy, so I apologize. Mayor, members of council, Matt Sheppers, Director of Operations at LPC. I'm here tonight to talk to you about a couple CIP projects. One is the ELE 009, the main feeder undergrounding conversion. This CIP project, we identify overhead line sections where we underground and convert them. The two types of projects that we identify here, thank you, Dale, are ones that improve reliability, others that are driven by development. The program began in 1992, and initially over a several-year period, we did convert all of those overhead lines that we had most benefit for reliability. From then on, we've been focusing on the redevelopment projects. An unfunded project that you need to consider is our total undergrounding project for the entire electric system. That particular one, next slide. Red is our overhead lines, the blue is our underground lines. The overhead lines compose 25% of our system. The estimate for this project is $68.5 million to be completed over approximately a 10-year period. And that 10-year time frame is very flexible, just to let you know. The urgency of this project is a lot different than other CIP projects. There's lots of flexibility in the schedule. And obviously, it is a discussion item when we have those severe storms like that cyclone bomb that came through. That does rise to the surface when we talk about what to do with these overhead lines. These particular lines in this project, we'll be doing the main feeder lines, the distribution lines that go down the streets, and including the line that goes to the home. It's a very complicated project. Lots of different agencies are involved, and it also impacts the Next Light project. We estimate the Next Light funding for this would be $17 million. So considering that and the aesthetics that it gains, it does improve our reliability. And to give you a feel for how much that would impact our reliability, we compared ourselves to a neighboring all underground utility. Today, in our electric system, an average customer experiences 1 outage per every 2 years. In this all electric underground utility, 1 outage for every 2.5 years. So you can kind of get a feel for that. It does improve our reliability on frequency, but it does not eliminate the outages. And with our overhead lines, we still operate in the top quartile in the nation in reliability. So keep that in mind as well. So in summary, just to make sure you guys know when you're considering this, price of it, $68.5 million, can be completed over a 10-year flexible time frame, and it does improve our reliability. It doesn't eliminate outages, and we still operate, without this project, we still operate in that top quartile of reliability. Thanks for your patience here. The next project I want to talk about is our ELE 102. This is our electric system rehabilitation and improvement. This is our asset management project. We have a couple components of this. We have a proactive replacement for our assets. That's if we can actually identify problems before they occur. So like when we do pole inspection, we'll replace poles. When we find, seeing some accelerated corrosion on some of our equipment, maybe due to road chemicals, those are the types of equipment we change proactively. Other types of situations, if we identify maybe a material that is showing premature failure that we know is on our system, we would go ahead and change those before outages occur. The second component of this is the reactive kind of repairs. This is outage response. The outage response would be us, those unpredictable outages where there are cable failures, transformer failures, wildlife coming in contact. Those are the situations where we would react and go and replace it as that fault or that outage occurs. That is kind of a strategy that, even though it's a reactive kind of strategy on repair, that does not jeopardize our reliability because we do design and construct looped systems. So this gives us the ability to isolate those problem areas and then get the power back on and then repair it at our convenience. So that gives us lots of resiliency in our system, and then it also contributes to our high reliability. So thank you again for your patience and my raspiness here. I'll hand it over to Brian, and he's going to talk about funding sources. Thanks.
Harold, I didn't understand anything that guy said. Just kidding. Brian, you're up. Just kidding, Matt. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Bagley, members of council. Brian McGill, utility rate analyst with Longmont Power and Communications. And now that we've talked about our capital initiatives, we need to consider how we will fund those projects. There are several funding sources that can be used for capital projects. However, some of these funding sources are restricted to specific types of projects. For example, development fee revenue can only be used for expansion of the utility systems or for meeting new regulatory requirements in the water utility. For all projects that don't fall into one of these restricted categories, costs must be covered using rate revenue. These capital expenses are combined with the operating expenses that we discussed with you all in April to create the total amount of funding required to collect from the ratepayers that is needed to run the utilities. And in the rate studies, we refer to this total amount as the revenue requirement. So now Becky and I would like to review the 6 revenue requirement scenarios that we are asking for council direction on tonight. We're asking for direction on which of these scenarios to include in the cost of service models for the electric and water utilities. And similar to the April meeting, we would like to go through them all first and then get council direction and have discussion at the end. So for the electric utility, there are 2 possible directions. We can develop both scenarios into rates, or council may choose to move forward with only one of the 2. And included in both scenario A and B is our base case of approximately $81 million, of which $76 million is for operating expenses and $5 million for capital improvements currently proposed to be funded in 2020. And scenario A additionally funds the advanced metering project, which Jess talked about, and that it has an estimated cost of $16 million to complete. And then scenario B funds both the advanced metering and the electric feeder underground conversion project. And as Matt mentioned, the undergrounding conversion project is estimated to cost $16.5 million. And so options for project timing will be developed within the scenarios selected by council. And both of these projects must be funded using utility rate revenue, which will impact all the electric utility customer rates. And so based on the timing of the projects, the rate impact will vary. Obviously, the shorter the time frame of the project, the greater the rate impact will be, as opposed to if we expand those projects out over more years, then it would be less of a rate impact to our customers. And now Becky's going to go over the water ones.
So before we do that, so basically the only difference is you're asking us essentially if we're going to bury our power lines.
So actually what we're wanting to have discussion on is, probably the most important one is moving ahead with the AMI project. If we move ahead, say on a 3-year deployment, they can come back and give you the rates to achieve that. If you're interested in seeing rates, that would occur if it were, say, another year onto that. They can do that as well. So they're looking for sort of the sense of focus from council on the timing. When it comes to the undergrounding project, what I would recommend there is that we not rush into that. Frankly, I don't want to get the staff distracted on that undergrounding project prematurely until we really make progress and have the AMI project under our belt or well underway. I don't think, on the other hand, we should completely lose sight of the undergrounding. And so one option would be to set some sort of direction that it's in the city's interest over the long haul to look to underground most, if not all, of our system, and to plan for that accordingly. It could be over a 15 or 20-year time period, and it doesn't have to start immediately. I think what Matt was sharing with you is that we're still very high on our reliability. We're very high on our service to our customers. You know, it does have some benefit for our reliability, but it's not what I would hold to be probably the most critical thing for us to focus on immediately. And so that's more of a longer term.
Okay. I move that we actually direct staff to move forward with the advanced metering, and that along with that, they make plans for the electric feeder underground conversion long term. All right, Dr. Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. So in following on that motion, you'll bring back to us rates in relationship to time, right? Rates would range X to Y, timeframes A to B, and we have a chance to make that calculation. So one related question. I appreciate the expression of of system reliability in terms of months between or years between outages. I've also heard it expressed in terms of percent of perfect, right? Like 5 nines reliability is what every system provider is in pursuit of. I also appreciate the double loop systems and redundancies so that you amp up your approximation of perfect. There's also humans in the loop in this case, which is going to have an impact on system reliability. So I would be curious when you bring that back, whenever there's a human in the loop, what are we doing, right, to increase reliability, your coefficient based on how we're preparing people, number one. And number two, if there are other ways to express, so we get a chance to see what the return, if it's going to be $68 million, I'd like to see if there's another metric for measuring the return on that investment as opposed to months. I appreciate that measure, but there are other ways to do the calculation. And that would be meaningful to me if we're going to be asked to commit $68 million over whatever period of time.
Go ahead, Dale.
One other thing to add on the, in particular on the undergrounding project, is that if we take our time on doing that, we'll also be able to ensure that the designs of these new systems as they're going in are robust and capable to meet a scenario of full electrification in the future. The last thing we'd want to do is put in a system only to find out it's somehow inadequate. And so I think as we continue to study moving towards that future condition, we'll get better work done as we're able to study and analyze what that scenario could look like.
All right. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Dale anticipated my question a little bit, but just to sort of get it out there for the public, the state of Colorado has, in the last legislative session and with the governor's proclamation resolution, executive order, really mandated that the state's going to incentivize a faster transition to electric automobiles. And I've heard it said, although I hope that maybe modern EVs are a little less burdensome than this, but that each electric vehicle is about half a house, half a tract house. We didn't really see in there, although you mentioned it with the idea of if you delay the undergrounding, what you put under the ground is smarter than if you tried to rush into it. We're probably going to have to upgrade the capacity of our distribution grid to deliver electricity based on the penetration of electric vehicles, as well as other kinds of electrification, but those EVs are a big chunk. Is that kind of rolled into that $65 million, or is that going to have to be something that as we learn more about our consumption in the new energy economy, we're going to have to revise?
I think that Matt can jump into this, but I think that's, from my perspective and my conversations, it's something we're going to have to learn. And frankly, that is part of my impetus for pushing the AMI component, because that's going to help understand some of that. And that's why we want to be cautious as we look to what we're going to do. Councilmember Martin asked me a question, and he focused on redevelopment. There are certain times when a synergy comes together, and I will talk about the alleys along Main Street where we're doing the alley work and we're going to put those pieces in. It makes sense to do it, but that conversation is then how do you handle the conduit and how are you prepared in the future? So there will still be those instances when that comes forward.
Just a quick reminder that there's a motion on the floor, and we want to keep our comments and questions to that. We're only talking, if the motion is we're directing staff to move forward with the advanced meterings with an eye towards electric feeder underground conversion over the long term. So if we got any questions on that or comments on that, let's stick with that. Let's do the motion. We got a lot ahead of us. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem? All right, sorry. You want to go? You can have the floor still, Marcia. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I'm thinking in terms of the electric feeder underground conversion, and when you're talking about the difference between it's more reliable, what is the difference in the actual maintenance for it? If it's either way, it's going to be difficult if they have to climb up a pole. What is the cost? Have you done a cost-benefit analysis on whether it's easier to maintain things that are underground as opposed to up in the air where they can easily be fixed, except for the poor guy who's up there on the pole?
Mayor and Council, or Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, we have 75% of our system is underground already.
Oh, okay.
And the maintenance that's associated with that is, very routine in our perspective.
Okay.
So any sort of cost analysis that we've done, 25% of it's overhead. If we were to underground that just falls in our normal maintenance of our existing underground programs.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. No, scenario, well, it's scenario A with an add-on that city staff should start planning for a long-term electric feeder underground conversion. So it's scenario B, but with the electric feeder underground conversion not happening immediately, but over the long term. Did I get that right? Okay. So it's an A-B-ish. It's B light or A heavy, whatever you want to call it. We'll call it B light. All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, as long as the staff understands. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go on to the next part. Thank you.
On to water. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Becky Doyle, PWNR Rate Analyst Manager, and I'm going to talk to you about the same thing, but for the water utility. In the water utility, the capital needs are both more variable and also a higher proportion of the total utility cost. So these graphs that we're going to show up here have one thing that's consistent between all of them, and that is operating costs, which is the blue at the bottom, of approximately $18 million per year. On top of that, there's a red area that indicates our current, or that indicates debt payments that we'll be making. In this scenario, that includes about $2.8 million associated with our participation in the Windy Gap firming project at 8,000 acre feet. So those are bonds that we have yet to issue, but are in the financial plan, as well as $1.3 million associated with the loan to construct the Nelson Flanders treatment plant originally. And that loan will be paid off in 2023. Unfortunately, that $1.3 million doesn't make a big dent in that red area there. The orange area indicating our capital expenses includes a $40 million 5-year capital plan as shown in the funded area in your council communication. And in scenario A, it also includes $37.5 million to fund the unfunded portion of the Nelson Flanders treatment plant expansion. Now this scenario assumes that we fund that portion of the treatment plant expansion on a pay-as-you-go basis. And as you see, it spikes that capital need up really high in 2021, only to come back down to something closer to a normal range of capital need in the subsequent years. If rates were increased to generate that amount for a one-time need, additional cash would be generated over the following years that would be surplus to the needs of the utility. Another option would be to finance the water plant expansion using debt. This increases that red area indicating bond payments, and a bond issuance of that amount would be approximately another $3 million in debt, but smooths the total funding requirement over the study period. If council directs that this scenario be further developed and eventually adopts a rate based on this scenario, a bond election would be required in 2020. The water utility carries a relatively low debt burden, and previous long-term financial plans have included debt financing for this project. Debt servicing also smooths those costs over the long term and spreads it between current and future ratepayers who will also benefit from the expansion of the system. And we would recommend a bond scenario to avoid steep rate increases in the short term.
Did you just say you recommend the bond scenario?
Yes.
Okay.
Scenario C is parallel to scenario A in that it assumes the plant project is funded with rate revenue. The difference between A and C is the amount of debt that is issued for the Windy Gap firming project. The lower bond amount required to participate at a 6,000 acre foot level lowers the total revenue requirement in each year by approximately $1 million. Scenario D is parallel to scenario B in that we're again smoothing out that large capital expense associated with the plant expansion over time by issuing additional debt. And like scenario C, it assumes that the lower participation level in Windy Gap also lowers the debt payment lower than scenarios A and B. So, council's direction is needed on which scenarios we should develop further. We have gotten your direction for electric. So similarly in water, we can develop all of those scenarios or some of those scenarios to your preference.
Dale, what does the city need?
Mayor Bagley, just real quickly on that. I think from our staff perspective, we're not looking for you tonight to make a call on the Windy Gap project, whether it's 8 or 6,000 acre feet. I want to be clear on that. And I believe, and even though Becky might have to do a little more work, I think it's worthwhile to run rate scenarios around both of those so that you guys can actually see what that looks like in a more complete kind of project.
When will that come back if you do that?
That's intended to come back, Becky, in late July?
That's right, Mayor and Council, our Mayor Bagley. We intend to come back in July with the cost of service calculations based on these revenue requirements. So we'll have, as part of that cost of service analysis, we'll have a general idea of what the rate impact will be, although the specific customer rates will come out in August when we propose rates.
Right. Perfect. Then you don't need any input. We'll just see you in July.
Exactly. You'll have
Okay,
another, at least 2 more shots at making that final call.
Great. Then you just set expectations before August 1st, and I also know that we're moving into another conversation about deadlines around that same time. You going to be okay?
Different group working on this.
All right. Cool.
So.
All right. Great.
B&D is what
if you're good, I'm good. All right. Great. Let's move on to 11C. Dr. Waters, you're in the queue. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dale.
Just so that we're clear, is the council direction to do both B and D, but not A and C? Staff is not recommending that we try to do these projects on a cash basis.
Then I move that we direct staff that we actually just have them bring back scenario B and D. All right, let's vote. Thanks, Dale. You should take my chair. You actually would make a good mayor. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go on to 11C. We're going to turn the time over first to Dr. Waters to see if we can't save some time.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. Just before Dale, I wanted to make a request before we voted.
Oh, sure.
When you bring that back, just know, and I probably won't be the only one with the question about what a backup plan would be if we're going to, I mean, as a general principle, for me, the idea of bonding projects that have 30-year lifespans or 40-year, so users in the future have to have a chance to pay their share, I think makes sense as long as we can manage the debt. But we have to have a backup plan if the bond election were to fail, number one. Number two, that question about 6,000 or 8,000 feet, it would be helpful when you bring that back for us to see whatever the most current at that time estimates are of costs for Windy Gap or Chimney Hollow, given the 30% increase we talked about a year ago, and do we even, with the sale of every bond, can we afford 8,000 acre feet? You don't have to answer that now, but that was that question that I'll be curious about.
That's part of it.
So, thank you. So item 11C, it was on my, wait a minute, so we're dealing with prairie dogs?
No, this is the SCS model.
Let's see, I'm sorry.
You were
We'll
going
get
to.
prairie dogs in a minute.
Yes.
Oh, prairie dog, no, it is prairie dogs.
Actually, yeah, I'm sorry. It is prairie dogs. Sorry.
So if you've
Actually,
already,
but, no. We skipped. Yeah, we were on A. I accidentally skipped B because I saw you in the queue and I thought, oh wow, we're gonna give Dr. Waters the floor. But I was gonna go on to 11C quick. Do you want to do 11C or do you want to talk about prairie dogs?
well, I'm going to talk about both before we're finished. So
All right.
Well,
if we're going to talk about prairie dogs, what I was going to do is before we start, I've got two questions. One, what is the issue? What is the problem? And two, with the prairie dog ordinance. And two, what is staff's proposed solution? And that's pretty much all we need to do, considering that we obviously didn't know what we were doing before. So, Ryan?
Or Don, but I'll answer to either.
Or Don? I had a friend in high school, Brian Burchett. So.
That's okay. See, I'll accept that. Thank you. So, Mayor, Council, we're here at your request tonight, and we're after direction from you. I can tell you that without going through a big presentation, that as implementation has started in issuing permits for people for the prairie dogs, that we have run into some situations, I think, that are unintended consequences with the way that the ordinance is drafted, that is putting some requirements on people that may not have been the intention of the council when this was put together. Some of the examples relate to the length of time that people have to wait before they can hire an exterminator and exterminate. In the single family example that you heard tonight with some of the residents that showed up, the prairie dogs have migrated onto their property from an adjacent property. At a minimum, they have to wait 2 weeks and give notice before they're allowed to go ahead and hire an exterminator. That assumes that they're exterminating on less than an acre and less than 25 prairie dogs. If they're exterminating on more than an acre or more than 25 prairie dogs, then with the way the ordinance is set up, we have to give 90 days notice for those prairie dogs to be relocated before we can consider issuing a permit, because they're not proposing development, they're just proposing to maintain their property. And if a site is found, they get another 90 days to be relocated on top of that before they could be exterminated. So in the daycare example that you heard about tonight from one of the speakers, that property is over an acre, appears to have more than 25 prairie dogs. They would not be allowed to have a permit until after 90 days of notice at a minimum. And that was the restriction that you put on to make sure that nobody came in and got their permits to kill prairie dogs before they applied for development applications. So the unintended consequence, I think, is that there is no differentiation between developed ground and undeveloped properties, and that I think adding in some kind of a, maybe it's not an exemption, but at least offering a little bit easier path to go through for properties that are developed would help in this situation. Also, if people are willing to use chemicals that are considered humane in the way that our ordinance is written, that they would not have to do any kind of notice before they would hire an exterminator. That way they could hire them at their need, not after 2 weeks of notice and posting signs and putting stuff up on the internet. So we've identified the issues in the council comm. We've proposed, or at least laid out, some ideas of ways that you could try to do this. And I'm here to get a direction from you.
So to answer your question, I think item 2, in terms of the wait times, exempting any property within an occupied structure, is something we need to do based on what we've heard. And then the section is the notifications, eliminating that if they use a humane method. I think those are the 2 items that are the most urgent for us to deal with. You've heard issues about fences. There's more work we need to do in looking at that. But I would say item 2, in bringing those options back to amend the ordinance where occupied property doesn't get caught in the time issues of the ordinance itself.
Dr. Waters?
So I want to say amen. I think I'll move if we need to, and just as quickly as we can, to do both of those things. But I do I understand there might be legal issues with the fencing question. And I'm not, you know, I've been told that the fencing out concept is consistent with cattle ranching or whether, you know, then there's some state law. But I can think of hundreds of examples of when people fence animals in for reasons that I'm certain are legal. So I just don't understand why we would not be requiring landowners, owners of undeveloped land, whose prairie dogs are migrating to the backyard of somebody, that we put it on the homeowner to fence dogs out. And in this particular case, it is not possible. We can go to the neighborhood. I can show you for homeowners in that neighborhood to build fences, they'd be building them on somebody else's property, right? And they couldn't build a long enough fence on somebody else's property. They can't do it legally. They can't do that legally. So to leave them hanging for any longer than is necessary doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sympathetic to the birthing issue, but I think Don's point in this enclosure was if a dog has migrated during those months to somebody's property, it's not to allow the homeowner to deal with it isn't interrupting the birthing process or pup raising. And to hang up a homeowner for another several months for that reason doesn't make sense either. I mean, in this case, I'm sympathetic to the keystone species issue and all the other things we've done. But in this case, it's a homeowner and their children and their grandchildren and their health and safety that it's got to be a priority. And we need to move with all deliberate speed to give them relief. So I'm going to move to begin with. We direct staff to bring back an amendment to the ordinance that does exempt homeowners, and you can use, if this isn't the right language, then you can come up with the right language, exempt homeowners in permitted buildings in residential areas or areas zoned for commercial use in a residential area. The Goddard School would be an example. So the first motion would be bring that back as an amendment to the ordinance to give that kind of relief. Now, and so we'll pick up the other two issues in a moment. So that's a motion.
Okay, second. Let's vote. Actually, raise your hand if you want to say something regarding that motion. Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I agree with this motion. And I had problems to begin with the language on number 2, which says exempt any property with an occupied structure. That does not address specifically zoned residential. So I just want to make that very clear that I would like you to look at the zoning as to where we are going to exempt rather than just any land with an occupied structure. That could be a farm, it could be anything. So it has to be specific language to zoning from my perspective. But my question is, if we do it specifically for zoning, would that take in commercial as well? And
I think that could be another motion. The only thing I'd like to point out for the council is that the Goddard School is not on land that's zoned residential. It's on land that's zoned commercial.
that was my point, yeah.
I was just gonna, can't we just, I mean, oftentimes this council, we like get in this, it's fun to manage. Can't we just direct the policy to staff, the experts, to say, go fix the problem and bring back an ordinance that solves the problem? I mean, we spent over a year, this council, with no expertise whatsoever in prairie dog mitigation, and we came up with something that didn't work. Let's just let the staff do it, they'll bring it back, and then we can vote on it. That's what I think we should do. Mayor Pro Tem. Oops. Hit your button again, sorry.
Well, yes, but our job is to actually set policy. So I think we need to set policy, and I think what we need to do is make sure that staff gets the correct direction, that this needs to be for suburban areas, whether they are, and I think we can determine that by zoning, so that you don't have like somebody, as Councilman Peck mentioned, you know, a 20-acre farm, they've got one house, they want to get rid of their prairie dogs, and suddenly they can get rid of prairie dogs. That's not what this is for. This is for a residential area, suburban area, but it needs to include commercial buildings, or non-residential buildings rather, that are in the middle of suburban areas. In other words, mixed use, whatever. And I think you guys can figure that out, obviously.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, Dr. Waters?
So I'm going to assume, can I, I'll guess maybe I'll ask, I don't know whether Mayor to ask you or to ask Don. Do you need more direction to bring back whatever options we can consider regarding fencing? I mean, I'm happy to make that motion.
The council tells us to.
Then I'm going to make the motion that he bring back as quickly as possible. I understand that it might be on a different timeline. The options that we should or can consider regarding the fencing of prairie dogs in or out, hopefully in, and that which would turn into another amendment to the ordinance. That's a motion.
Second. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
And my great preference would be to make the person who has the prairie dogs be responsible for containing them, because that is what we do with every other animal. As Dr. Waters said, you know, I can't have people somebody having horses run around in the neighborhood and gallop across my yard, and goats and whatnot, you know. We don't let animals run around and cause damage to people's property. We can't, whether they're big or small. I mean, birds don't cause much damage, but really, okay, well, I'll have to hear that. But you know, this is an animal that unfortunately can cause some damage, as we've heard. But so it really needs to be the responsibility of the person who purchased land, knowing that it had prairie dogs on it, knowing that they had to take care of them one way or the other, and the preference, of course, is to relocate them, and the second preference is contain them. So that's what we need to be doing.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I would also like, with that information, you bring back all the legalities that are involved in that. I do know that the city fences prairie dogs in on around McIntosh and different areas. So, and I also know that we don't have an ordinance fencing dogs in, domesticated dogs in. That if a dog comes into your yard, it is up to you. Awfully. So this ordinance, I want to know the legalities and why we don't have fenced in. So if you could bring that back along with it, thank you.
All right, there's a motion on the floor, and that's basically fix it and bring it back. Okay, let's vote. What?
Is there anything on birthing? Or is
No,
that a separate one?
I just say fix it and bring it back. Yeah, I mean, you can do the motion. I'm just saying that just bring it back. We don't know anything about prairie dog birthing. We don't know anything about anything when it comes to prairie dogs. Fix it. And tell us what to do, and then we will tell you whether it's a good idea or bad idea. All right? Thank you. All right, let's vote. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, you want to vote? All right, that passes unanimously. Okay. All right, Dr. Waters.
Can Don assume that he should bring back recommendation or a recommended amendment to the ordinance that allows during specified, any time during the year, that a prairie dog, doesn't matter what month it is, a prairie dog's in somebody's yard, a homeowner can,
So moved.
well, so just.
Yeah, that's the direction. I'll
Okay.
move that. I'll move that.
Well, second.
All right, let's vote. Include an option where they can exterminate regardless of whether or not it's birthing season.
The birthing restriction would only be for relocation then. That would be what would happen.
All right, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I wanted to clarify in terms of your numbered recommendations. Are they called recommendations in here? They are called?
Options, I think.
Options, yes. Or do you need a motion to do option 1 as well?
I would like a motion for option 1, and I believe you've addressed half of number 2.
Can you clarify that, please? The half of, what half of number 2 is not addressed?
Right now, you have only said, if I heard the motion correctly, that we would only exempt commercial properties in residentially zoned properties like the daycare. And as I pointed out, that daycare and many other properties are zoned non-residential, and they are developed. And right now, you did not direct me to bring back any revision to exempt them.
Okay.
I would be happy to do that.
All
I
right.
want to make sure that's the direction
All
that
right,
we're
the
giving.
motion on the table is, I want to be clear. Bring back the ordinance that's going to fix the problem. I'm an attorney, okay? She used to work for a lobbyist. She has renewable energy experience. She is, no idea, but she was a librarian and a teacher, school district superintendent and CEO. We don't know prairie dogs. The motion is bring back whatever it's going to take to fix the problem, and make sure there's an option for no birthing.
Gotcha.
Because I'm not going to let us sit here. The only way we're going to keep talking about prairie dogs after a year and a half of this is if you guys vote to censure me and recall me tonight. We're not talking about prairie dogs at 10 o'clock tonight when we have other things to deal with. So
I will do that.
All right, so that's the motion. Let's vote. We are voting that staff is going to go back and come up with the solutions to fix the current problem that we are hearing from developers and residential stuff, and they're going to come back and say, this is the proposed solution, rather than council guessing about what's going to work, because we don't know. Yeah, Councilmember Peck.
That is what they've just done. These are our options that they have brought back to us. We are telling them within each option, we're making a motion on how we want them to change this and bring it back to us. But these are the options that they brought back.
All right, then
So
I guess what I'm saying
I don't really know, are you saying fix all these options?
No, what I'm saying is that
I'm confused as to what you want.
If someone comes to me and says, "Hey, I need a divorce," I'm not going to give them a bunch of options. I'm going to say, "This is what you need to do." I mean, with these 4 options, do whatever it takes to fix the problem. I don't know if we need all 4. We need 1, 2, 3. Number 4, 2 and 4, 3 and 1. I mean, we could sit here like cats with yarn all night. I don't know. Fix the problem, whatever it is. Let's fix the problem. I just don't want to have a discussion over 1, 2, 3, and 4. All I'm saying is, whatever it's going to take, tell us, put it in an ordinance format, and let's vote on it. But we could talk all night again and let's spend another year on prairie dogs talking about whether it's going to work or not. I don't want to talk about 1, 2, 3, or 4. See what I'm saying?
I do, and I disagree with you.
Okay, then Dr. Waters, let's talk about prairie dogs for the next.
Well, I think, just for the record, I think if you went back and listened to the tape, my motion included commercial zonings in residential areas, or permitted buildings on commercial property in residential areas. commercially
as
zoned
long-
property.
As long as you're sure that it included commercial, then I
Well,
apologize. I just want to
well,
make sure that I
I
wasn't
want,
given
I'm glad that
partial
you want to make
direction.
sure that we're not leaving any questions here. But I think we addressed all of that provision. That was the intent of the motion.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have been looking at wait times, and at the end of this, you say, the upcoming Wildlife Master Plan update may have suggested revisions that might help in setting this number in terms of size limitation. So perhaps we should wait on that particular thing until we get the Wildlife Master Plan. I would suggest that we perhaps wait. If you read on number 2, read the end of it. It says the upcoming Wildlife Master Plan update may have suggested revisions that might help in setting this number, meaning the size limitation on the exemption.
Dr. Waters? Nope. Cleared. Go ahead.
I think that's a whole different issue. That's about relocation and colony size. This is not about relocation of colonies. There is an issue that we're gonna hear about when we see the wildlife management plan. And at the PRAB meeting last night, I had a chance to hear the staff presentation. They did a great job, and they've got a strategy for how to deal with this to keep us from being in another discussion about prairie dogs, right now.
And so, I mean,
but I'm just saying that is not part of this, right?
Right.
Correct.
So I guess in my mind, I'm saying is the policy, we as policymakers, the direction is city staff, there's a problem, fix it. Our direction should be fix the prairie dog problem. I mean, we want people to be able to exterminate prairie dogs when these problems arise. That's the policy. You guys implement and tell us how to implement. I don't think we should be up here trying to figure out how to be prairie dog managers when none of us know how to be prairie dog managers. Unless I move that we set aside money and we're all going to go take courses on how to exterminate prairie dogs and then I'm willing. But anyway, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. One way around this would be to move that the staff go forward with the 4 recommendations that they have put forward, with the exception of discussing the limitations on relocation and colony size.
Chair needs help. What's the motion, Dr. Waters? It was your motion. I hijacked it. What's the motion?
Well, I made a couple of motions.
Let's take them one by one.
The first motion was to direct staff to bring back amendments to the ordinance to exempt residents from the requirements of wait periods and posting, so long as they meet the standards, our standards for humane treatment of the animals. That was the first part of the motion. Second part of the first motion was that permitted buildings on commercially zoned property in residential areas, like the Goddard School. So tell me what you can correct the language. That's the intent, to put properties or operations like the Goddard School in the same category or with the same degrees of freedom as residents. That was the first motion. Second motion was to lift any restrictions or constraints on residents or permitted buildings in commercially zoned areas, residential areas like the Goddard School, from having to wait through a birthing season to deal with the same problem. If it's a stray prairie dog that comes on their property, that they're not involved in the birthing or raising of pups. The third motion was to direct staff to bring back as quickly as possible what the amendment to the ordinance could be that we could consider that would shift the burden of fencing from residents or other property owners to fence dogs out to the owner of the land from which they are migrating to fence dogs in. Those are the motions.
So my question is, can we operate on consensus and agree that that is the direction? Does anyone disagree with that? All right, you have your direction. Okay, cool, thanks. All right. Now, let's move on to, as long as it's not prairie dogs, I'll spend all night. I don't care. Let's talk about moratoriums and SES and stuff. That's great. All right. Let's go ahead to 11C. Dr. Waters, did you want to say anything on this or no?
Yeah, I do. This was on my motion and obviously created a fair amount of consternation in a number of circles and celebration in other circles. Here was my intent. I didn't come into that conversation with the intent. I never used the word moratorium, by the way. I didn't come into that conversation with the intent of shutting down development. My intent was to make certain we'd clear the decks, however we needed to get the work done, to manage workflow, to get the SES, or what it's, the adaptation of it, which is a version of, now we see a hybrid in tonight's materials, and we're going to talk about that. To make certain we get that done on the timeline that we had agreed to, right? If you go back and listen to the January 22nd meeting, that tape, and I could tell you the hour and the minute to go to listen to the conversation where we were looking at the chart that Harold put up and anticipated deadlines for the work that was going to be done. Foundational to that was we referred to it all along as the SES or some version of it, not knowing what we would call this and whether it would be the SES or something else. We tried not to be prescriptive. It was clear to me in the conversation on the 28th that if we didn't do something different, it was unlikely we were going to get that done. And I for the folks they've left, maybe they'll watch this tape. But there were conversations tonight about uncertainty. Right? For those folks who spoke to us tonight about uncertainty. Uncertainty works a number of ways, right? I get uncertainty when it comes to investments and development. I don't want to create unnecessary uncertainty for developers. But every business owner represented in this Chamber of Commerce and member of LDTP, they deal with uncertainties in their businesses. We deal with uncertainties in our business, this business. And we have the same responsibility to manage workflows for staff to increase the certainty of our work that we meet our deadlines. That's what the intent was. So our business owners and our developers maybe understand we are as concerned about uncertainty as they are, so we get our deadlines met. And I appreciate the staff clearing the decks and you know, tuning it up to whatever they had to do. I know this was a heavy lift, and we're not done with it. So for me, the intent was not to stop development, but to say if we're going to keep getting applications as we are, we ought to be reviewing applications with a new criteria, right? One we asked for initially, I think 10 months ago. I think the motion, I've tried to go back and find it initially, was that on the night we approved the land code to say we need a different criteria. We reiterated that on January 22nd. So it's you know, hasn't snuck up on us. It's been in the queue for a while. What we see in tonight's as an enclosure with tonight's materials, the hybrid of the SES, the Henderson, Nevada model, and the Colorado or the Fort Collins, Colorado model, I think is a really big, important step in the right direction. I think it's about a third of the way done. I think there are two other serious steps that have to be made. One is that it needs to be weighted. We heard references tonight, and the idea, the concept that we heard about weighting, the weights might differ relative to areas of development, I think has merit. I hadn't thought of it that way. My initial thought was that given the initial application of this, that you'd overweight or you'd weight, say, 40% of the criteria relative to environment or planet, and underweight, say, at 30%, the economic impact and the social benefits, right? But I don't want to prescribe that. What I'd like to see on June 25th is what you would bring back as a weighted model with an answer to the question about then how it would be used, because that's the third phase of this. It's one thing to have a weighted system, so you get proposals that end up with zeros, right? Assume that meeting code is a starting place. Meeting code and zoning ordinance gets you a 0 in terms of a scoring. What would a project have to score in order to be approved? And in what areas? So I'm willing, if when I was asked by Councilmember Finley, are you talking about applying this even to residential areas? I wish I had responded differently. My mind went to a certain place, and I should have said, no, I wasn't thinking about this in terms of somebody's garage or finishing their basement or those kinds of things. I was thinking about housing developments, and I should have inquired of her exactly what she was asking. But I do think as a general principle, applying this everywhere makes sense. Not in terms of remodeling garages, but when it comes to changing land use. But I'm willing to say, to learn our way into that, let's apply this initially to any environmentally sensitive area, to our riparian areas and proximity to public amenities. The motion that Councilmember Rodriguez made, I think the night we approved the land code, that didn't get in. It's hanging there as an amendment that any proposed development within proximity to a public amenity ought to come to this council for review and approval, not P&Z or administrative. So I would add anything that's in proximity consistent with his motion as a place to start applying if we're going to call it the private sector option or the hybrid model of the SES, however we're going to refer to it. So I'm willing to say I will withdraw the motion if I'm assured that on the 25th we're going to see a weighted version of this and a timeline for when it starts being implemented, and that timeline needs to be sooner rather than later. If the timeline says it's going to take 4 months to vet, and then it's going to be a different conversation on the 25th. And I don't want to strike fear into the hearts of anybody or shut down development. I just want to make it clear to everybody that we're serious about these deadlines and managing workflow so we can get the work done.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I can appreciate what the business community is saying, and I never thought that this was supposed to be extended to every single development application, but only to areas that were along the St. Vrain River or adjacent to city amenities. And I still think that is valuable to delay that for 2 months, because this is not really just about the SES. It's about, as it says here, a draft that encompasses finalization of the following: special districts or ordinances, affordable housing incentives, SES model for development, wildlife management plan, wildlife related to the development plan, a plan for development near public lands, development codes related to riparian areas, public improvement design standards, and lean process improvements. So it's allowing all these things to kind of catch up so that we don't start accepting applications and then tell the same people who have in good faith applied for something, oh, wait a minute, we've changed it. We want to have something that is not chaotic for them. Businesses have to be able to expect a certain level of stability, or they can't go forward. But of course, as Councilman Waters says, all businesses are a risk, and everybody knows that. Everybody who's run a business knows that it's a daily risk, and that's why people who run businesses have a lot of guts. But anyway, I would like to see us still do number 2. That's what I would support. And I would move that we delay development applications in areas adjacent to St. Vrain River or city amenities, or we could say just what it says here, until August 1st. And I would like to give a little background. Do I have a second? Okay. I'd like to give a little background on the SES. I think it would be really valuable if we sat down and looked at the functioning SES that we've had in place for 3 years now. Cal Youngberg developed that 3 years ago once we passed the sustainability plan, revived the sustainability plan. He spent a lot of time looking at plans from Canada, looking at plans from New York, looking at plans from California, looking at plans from Iowa, all over the place. He put a lot of work into that, and he did a very good job at creating something that's applicable to Longmont. But as I've said before, what he created was actually something that is most appropriate for civil engineering, for public works, where you don't have to make so many value judgments. Doing something that's of development, for development applications is considerably more complicated. So I understand why it's taken so long. And I think that if we sat down and actually worked through an example with the SES system, we would better understand it as a council and how complicated this can be. That said, I would like us to base our plans more on the Canadian system, the Fort Collins system, not the Henderson, Nevada system, or actually the Norfolk, Virginia, which is really is it focuses on coastal city impacts, and you can tell that by looking at it. It's about protecting the city from storm damage and things like that. So I do think that the Canadian system and the Fort Collins system, and yeah, those are the best examples that we have.
So I think I feel compelled to answer some questions, or answer and clarify some information. One, the SES system that Cal designed was actually designed to look at capital projects and look at different versions of capital projects, and so that doesn't necessarily lend itself to this conversation. This is based on that, but that system does not work for this kind of conversation. When we evaluated those options and we looked at specifically the one in Canada and Canmore, when you look at the issues with, or the dynamics of that community in terms of size and pace, and the complexity of that system is not an easily implemented system and works well for small communities that don't have a lot of development. And so that was a piece of it. Again, what I said in the last meeting is, don't think about the sustainability, don't think about the community and what they're doing. This was really a look at the tool and what makes the most sense out of the tools, applying it based on the provisions within our sustainability plan and what we've already incorporated and what our codes are. And so that's why we started melding these different concepts together.
Councilmember Finley. You what?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I won't be voting for this motion. For example, the opportunity zone would be considered a sensitive environmental area, or even perhaps a riparian area. And this opportunity zone has a finite timeline in which we can do anything. This would totally derail that. I would be totally against that. And I think it's foolish to not listen to our own economic development professionals and business community on what we could do. I am not opposed to having this system, but I am opposed to stopping potential investment in our community that's very sorely needed for places like the sugar mill, which is what this would do.
Councilmember Martin.
Somebody write this date down. I agree with Councilmember Finley. I think we should not have a delay to get this done. And I think we should not conflate the issues of having a delay in development and the consequences of that with the necessity of getting this evaluation system or evaluation technique done by the delivery date. So I won't vote for this motion because it does that. I think that we need to give our direction by separating those two issues, and I believe, I wanted to ask for clarification, but I believe that Dr. Waters has withdrawn his original motion that was on the table. Is that correct? So that there's a new motion to delay for 2 months.
No, there's not a new motion. There's a motion on the floor saying that we adopt number 2, which is delay development.
Which is delay development. Yeah, so there is a new motion on the floor to delay.
Well, it's the only motion, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I won't vote for it. I want to talk about the evaluation system, and I will ask the mayor, would you rather talk about it after we vote on this? Or can we talk about some characteristics about the evaluation system?
It needs to pass first.
Or fail?
We have a motion on the floor, and the motion is, are we going to basically establish a moratorium in these environmentally sensitive areas?
Yeah, okay.
And so if it passes, then we can talk about criteria, et cetera. If it fails, then that's a waste of time.
Why? We still need an evaluation system.
So we put the information in the evaluation system on this council com because what we understood is that was a part of it, and we wanted council to see where we are. On the 25th of June, we are coming back with an item to specifically go over the evaluation system, which will include applicability. It'll include the weighting components that we're looking at, and that's the discussion point on the SES tool.
So we can't talk about it before June 25th?
That's council's prerogative, but
okay.
our plan was to bring that back on the 25th to then go over all of those components. And there's some pieces where we're looking at consolidating because it's also lengthy, and there's some other things we're working on that.
Okay. I want to make one statement then before we vote, which is that in my examination of all of these paradigms that I think you brought forward, and I think that was the correct way of interpreting them as paradigms to look at.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Well, all of them are missing in my mind a big thing, and I hope that the environmentalists is still in the room will stand up, will sit up and listen to this, prick your little ears up, because a weighting system is inadequate for this kind of scoring. And the reason a weighting system is inadequate is because there are environmental harms that are irreparable, like species extinction. And we need to separate those out. If you just have a weighted triple bottom line, no matter how heavily you weight the environment in a riparian area, you could still end up with a casino right on top of the river with a huge parking lot, because the casino would bring in so much revenue for the city that it overwhelmed your entire weighting system. None of us want the casino. I'm pretty sure of that. Bonnie, even you aren't that evil.
So what I will say is, you're right, and those are our conversations as we do this.
Yeah.
And that is the very point, actually, I think he's sitting behind me.
Right. So
that
I
actually
just
David Bell and Lisa have been making in those conversations.
Thank you.
And so
Thanks to both of you.
That is part of the discussion.
Right. I just want to be on record as saying you cannot accomplish our objective with a weighting system if our objective is to keep those minnows alive. And I think it is.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Part of the reason I seconded the motion is I did want to see if we could clarify some of the language surrounding the motion, and if the Mayor Pro Tem would be amenable to the amendment, maybe not, we'll see. But as stated in the council options, it says delay development applications in areas adjacent to sensitive environmental or riparian areas. I believe adjacency is not quite specific enough for at least what I was aiming for, which are properties that are directly contiguous to the riparian areas or environmentally sensitive areas. Because I do agree that with, say, the STEAM concept that's being put out there in our opportunity zone, most of that land is not directly contiguous to our riparian areas, and so therefore would not be delayed in development in any concept. And so if the Mayor Pro Tem's amenable to make it directly contiguous properties.
Let's go with Dr. Waters.
That's kind of like being in the casino. Your
Exactly.
number comes.
I just went with the order in this one.
All right. I don't want to pick a fight with anybody tonight. I feel like I picked too many fights with people lately. But I will. I understand we're not going deep on the instrument tonight. But I want to say I want to see a weighting system. Right. So now you're caught between, because it seems to me the part of the point is that that might be that might be insufficient, right, at the end of the day. But I think it's necessary, right? So bring us something that's necessary and sufficient, right? Because the systems that I've looked at do weight variables or parts of the criteria. So, but I think that's the June 25th meeting, right? And for me, I'm not gonna vote for this motion, not because I got this whole thing started with my motion, but the intent was to say, let's clear the deck so we can get this done. And now it looks to me like we can get it done. So I'm comfortable with moving forward and on the 25th and letting the whole process work. But critical to the land code update is getting this one done, right? Because there are elements of this that have to be in the land code, and then we're still on schedule for an August 1st deadline for the land code. Is that true? Because that'll be the next time we are in this conversation.
So
if we're approaching that and we're missing the deadline on January 22nd, I think the mayor is pretty clear.
So the pieces coming are the land code and the wildlife management plan, which is at July 9th. July 9th is the wildlife management plan, and so there's going to be some reconciliation from the 9th to then the land code that's coming.
And those are all laid out in that time frame, that kind of Gantt chart that you presented to us back on January 22nd. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I actually have a question for Mayor Pro Tem. Your motion, was that referring to the amendment that was made earlier in the year about having, I can't exactly remember what the wording was. Councilman Rodriguez, you made it about having setbacks on city, let me read it. Yeah, public amenities. That's what it was for. It was about public amenities. Is that what you're referring to, Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, that amendment that was made? Or that motion that was made that is going to be brought back to us in an amendment that we have to codify?
Yes, I wanted to include.
I'm going to clear it. Go ahead. Hit your microphone again. I cleared it. Your mic wasn't on.
Okay. Now I have to go back. Anyway, yes, I much prefer the clarification that Councilman Rodriguez gave is adjacent to amenities and now I'm forgetting what we decided, but yes, it had to do with the things that are also adjacent to city amenities, but also around the St. Vrain River and adjacent to amenities.
You done? Right. Councilmember Peck?
The reason that I asked, you had put in your motion that we would have the delay in development until August, but it looks like that amendment is going to be coming back, or that motion is going to be coming back in July to council. So I don't think we need to wait until August for your motion. You had put in your motion that we would have a delay on development around these sensitive areas until August. But the amendment that I keep saying amendment, the motion that he made about delaying, it's coming back in July. That motion as an amendment to our land code updates. So I don't think we need to have that as a delay in development on those areas delayed until August, because we will be voting on it in July.
So I'm gonna jump in. So there's so it's coming back on July 25th, right? So
We're bringing you a number of things as we're moving forward. How council moves in that and directs us.
right.
Then
So,
that's the controlling piece on the
so
time.
my question is, so my understanding is there's an overriding, so taking a step back, there's an overriding motion and request from council to staff to come up with a triple bottom line SCS system, right?
That's coming on the 25th.
Correct. And so Dr. Waters, his original motion, or not even a motion, just the mention of not a moratorium, it was a timeout, which resulted in what we're doing tonight, right? And all the hubbub throughout the chamber and LEDP and the community, et cetera, was, oh my gosh, we're going to do a moratorium but the whole idea was just a timeout until we established what that triple bottom line was going to be, so we got some guidance, right? So that's coming back on the 25th. So why do we need to do anything? Why can't we wait till the 25th, implement the SCS, and because it has to happen, right? I voted for it. I'm going to argue that we do it. But by putting a moratorium in place, what's the upside? What's the downside? I mean, the front page of the paper tomorrow is going to say City Council has put a moratorium in place on, all they're going to hear is moratorium. And we're doing it. I mean, it's going to happen naturally. So, Mayor Pro Tem?
The point is that we're still accepting applications, and they have we're accepting them when we haven't even decided, we haven't got our wildlife management plan. We don't have public improvement design standards, or, this is the thing that you and Councilman Waters demanded January 22nd.
Well, what did we demand? What was it? Sorry.
Right here.
No, what is it? Just say, I can't see it.
All right, I'll read it again. I already read it once.
That's right.
Okay.
Help me out.
Mayor Bagley moved, seconded by Waters, to direct staff to bring back before August 1st. And it doesn't matter if it's the 25th, that's fine. We just need to have a coordination of all these things at the same time before we keep accepting applications when we haven't got, we don't have our wildlife management plan, we don't have the SES presentation, we don't have any of these things. So
I mean,
I am content really to hang on, I guess, but it seems like we could wait for 6 weeks to accept applications so that we could actually tell the businesses what they're signing up for, instead of then saying, oh, now we changed our mind again about about something that you're trying to accomplish along the riparian corridor, and now we've changed the measurements for that. So
So bad for you.
So the other thing is, we have to keep in mind that this is not about, I mean, I fear, or not fear even, if we are thinking about this as us being able to go out and tell people what they can and cannot build, Colorado has use by right. This is only when we're talking about variances. That's it. So if this, I mean, so when you, I mean, that's it.
We're
So
talking about applications.
no,
just
but
delaying
what I'm saying is, if we say we're going to not accept applications, at the end of this story, it's not going to impact anything when it comes to normal. We have a land code, and it's use by right, meaning that if, and I'm going to use the example with Left Hand Brewery, they want to build that amphitheater, and I fear that we're trying to negotiate the entire city based on one project. If Eric Wallace wants to build an amphitheater that's not within the 150 feet, he can do so. I'm not arguing that he should be able to. I'm just saying that legally he can do so. We can't do a damn thing to stop him. And so now if he wants to come and build it within the 150 feet, and it's a variance he's requesting, we can say absolutely not, no. So what we're talking about doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what we're talking about doing is implementing a moratorium on all development when we're trying to come up, no, I'm talking about in near these adjacent to these environmentally sensitive areas. But what we're talking about doing is saying, no, we're going to put a moratorium on these areas. And then at the end, we're not going to have changes in land code that will ever allow us to case by case determine, oh, well, A, B, and C, our triple bottom line. This is just variances. That's all we're talking about here. Because we can't apply a triple bottom line to all development in Longmont and just willy-nilly do things, to use the term that we like to use here on council. But I mean, so that's the trade-off. We're going to have a moratorium, but really what we're talking about is variances. That's all it's talking about, or what we're talking about. Councilmember Peck? You can call the question, I guess. Does anyone have any, Dr. Waters? I mean, you can call the question if you want.
Okay, we'll call the question.
Well, you have to second calling the question. All right, Dr. Waters, you're in the queue, but let's go ahead and vote. It's not a debatable motion. We have to vote. You could technically withdraw the motion. Oh, hold on. Hold on.
And now nobody supports, so I will withdraw the motion.
All right, the motion's been withdrawn. Dr. Waters, do you have anything to say, considering there's no?
I do. I have several
Okay.
things to say. I just want to clarify and ask Councilmember Rodriguez to acknowledge his motion. I think that Councilmember Peck was referring to. Yeah. One evening, I think it was the evening we adopted the land code, he moved, and I think I seconded his motion, to require proposed development adjacent to public amenities. We did not define adjacency, but adjacent to public amenities should be required for council approval. Council approval should be required, just like we have established for variances inside setbacks. Is that not the motion? So, as you were, Councilmember Peck, trying to recall that motion, it was to establish adjacency to public amenities to be the same status as variances, right? That we would be the ones to make that decision.
And
can I keep going?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Secondly, the motion I made on March 21st or 28th was to put this on an agenda for this conversation, right? Now, what my concern was, if I go all the way back to January 22nd, if you go back and watch the tape and you look at the Gantt chart, it was August 1st, but there were a number of pieces that had to be in place to meet an August 1st deadline with a land code update. One of those pieces was whatever we're going to do with an SES. Second was the wildlife management plan, were maybe the two kind of foundational pieces that had to be in place. So to the degree that there are code-specific implications, it gets rolled up into the code. We set August 1st as the deadline. So in terms of what we did on January 22nd, your motion, my second on January 22nd was to say, because you questioned the city manager about, are you sure,
Hit your
deadlines
mark.
are
Yeah,
serious?
heck yeah.
So back to the concept of certainty and uncertainty, right? We're in the process of trying to clear the decks so we can be certain about the deadlines we're gonna hit, just like the business community and our developers want to do. Because we also deal with serious amounts of money with high stakes, right? So certainty is going to be important here. So if we were, the motion's been withdrawn, so the comment I was going to make is that if we set the August 1st deadline, we then basically shortened what we did in January to tonight. And I just don't think that makes sense. I think we have till August. There's going to be a different conversation if it rolls on after August. So, I hope we get it all done. But I like the work that's been done. I'm sympathetic or I think clear and concerned about the concerns that Councilmember Martin was sharing about if you've got, are there some thresholds that if something does damage, there is a threshold if something is going to do harm to our environment. That's a whole different story. I guess the last thing I would say, Mayor Bagley, is I think it's probably a legal question and a code question what we do with the SES, and that's my question about applicability. We could, I think, say in our land codes that meeting code, zoning ordinances, and land codes is a 0. Right? That's an initial threshold. Your score for your proposal is 0 if you meet code. And for this kind of a project in this area, you're going to have to bring us a project that earns at least 50 points or some number, and distributed across those elements of the evaluation instrument to be approved. So 0 doesn't cut it. Now, I've said I think that should apply everywhere, but I get that the implications of that are pretty profound, and testing that in environmentally sensitive areas is a place to start and learn our way forward and evaluate as we go along. But I would challenge the assumption that just meeting code, that we can't set a standard through the evaluation process that elevates the expectations beyond simply meeting code. Now maybe I'm wrong, and I'll be told by our legal counsel if I'm wrong. But communities across the country have done that, and if we can't, I'm going to want to know why.
I'd respond with there's people in queue. Councilmember Finley, you're at the top.
I just wanted to mention that I would hope that staff would take advantage of Wendell Pickett's offer for the business community to meet with you to go over the ordinance so that it becomes a better ordinance like our inclusionary zoning turned out to be. I would hope that you would do that. And one of the first things that I did when I got on council was to get rid of, what did we call it? Exceptional benefit. This is sounding a lot like exceptional benefit, which was totally elitist. It's like, you cannot come here unless you're going to give us something that no one else can possibly give us, and you have to be, the fairy that marks all the little dots on the chart. And that to me is just, it's not fair. I don't think it's legal. I think we need to judge all of our development on these criteria, but to say you can't come here and you're 0 if you're just meeting the code, that's exceptional benefit, and that's elitist, and it's not right.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I would like to talk about the rating. I am curious, when I look at these 4 numbers that can be assigned to the development, there's nothing in here that actually says that you are doing harm to it.
That's the very part of the conversation that we actually had today, too.
Is it?
Is how do you
Because someone should have
encompass
a
that?
negative rating if they're actually doing harm to whatever it is, whatever environmental, social.
Correct.
So,
As I said, David and Lisa, that was the point that they were bringing up in that conversation.
okay. Because, and I just want to make this one remark, if it's 0, then that is status quo as it is now, which means that you're not bringing any benefit and you're not bringing any harm. We're using the exact same standards that we're using without the SES. That's the way I interpret it. So I would like to see something that says what you're doing in this area is a negative. That's my comment.
Councilmember Martin.
Well, I think council members Peck and Finley pretty much made my point. It's just, we need to be much more concerned about harm, and weighing one category of benefit against the other is going to have unintended consequences, I think. So, I mean, it's fine to use that to score competing proposals, but I don't think that's the scenario we're looking at.
Dr. Waters.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So that we all have opinions and we bring them in here and we all walk in.
Make
and
a
out.
motion, baby.
No,
Make
I'm
a
not
mo-
going to make a motion.
Somebody
with
make the
our own
motion.
truth. I would say we can all look at an instrument and see different things, right? Paradigms, as Councilmember Martin referenced. So what one person sees as elitist, another person might see as equitable. I look at development in this community. I see what exists from place to place and ask myself, well, I'll just ask the city manager, is it safe to assume that everywhere I look in town, I see the result of development that meets code and consistent with zoning? Everything north of Boston to First, from Martin to Main Street, meets code, right?
It should meet code.
Sure. All that stuff that washed away during the flood, that was contaminating the river, that met code, didn't it?
That actually was not. Are you talking about the debris that was?
Yeah, all that stuff that. Yeah.
That actually was not in the city. So in terms of that was actually an unincorporated Boulder County.
You get my
But
point.
yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in this town that meets code that at least I look at and think, how could that happen? How could we have a decision-making process and a criteria that would result in fill in the blank? And I could, drive all over town and point to examples. So I don't know about exceptional benefits and when that existed and what happened with that, and that's my own ignorance, and I'll plead to stupidity. But this process and this instrument ought to have an eye on and bring us a measure of equity, not elitism. That there are benefits that extend beyond those, I don't want to deny the benefits to developers, but the benefits that extend to the rest of this community and that enhance our environment. And I know that's what you're trying to do with this instrument.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I believe the idea of exceptional benefit came about when corporations first got started, and the idea with a corporation is you could have a corporation, I mean, we're talking about 1500s, because a corporation gave great benefits to the corporation. In order to give special privileges to a company, they had to provide exceptional benefit. I think that's a fair exchange. That has certainly not been the case for a long time. Corporations used to have to be recertified on a yearly or bi-yearly basis, and they had to prove that they were still providing exceptional benefit. That hasn't been true for maybe hundreds of years, but I think that's where it came from, and it wasn't an elitist thing at all. It was a simple exchange that in return for getting great privileges, the Crown would grant you incorporation, but you had to prove that you were providing exceptional benefits.
All right, I'm going to cut us off. There's no motion. We're talking about things now that aren't on the agenda. I'm going to move that we actually extend the meeting so that we have enough time to talk about board and commission appointments as well as compensation review for the city attorney. Second. All right, let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go on. So there's no direction. It's just you've got a plan, July 25th. So de facto is just continue with it and make sure that SES, please, is just awesome. Thank you. No pressure. All right, let's go on to board and commission appointments.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley, members of council, Don Quintana, City Clerk. You should each have ballots at your desk. Does everybody have your ballots? And we'll just go through one by one. First, you have the Art and Public Places Commission, 5-member terms and 6 applicants there. If you would vote for 5, if that's amenable, and we will pick those that get the most votes.
I'm sorry tonight if I seem a little grumpy and irritable. I'm just focused with other things as well, trying to handle everything. But I love you all. You're not kidding. Got to get that kid married off. Party of the season.
So Bagley voted for Pamela Batchelor, Holly Bradish Lane, Noah Hess, Susan Horowitz, Cynthia Tiger. Finley voted for Pamela Batchelor, Holly Bradish Lane, Noah Hess, Susan Horowitz, Cynthia Tiger. Rodriguez voted for Batchelor, Bradish Lane, Hess, Horowitz, Tiger. Martin voted for Anderson, Batchelor, Hardish Lane, Horowitz, Tiger. Peck voted for Anderson, Bradish Lane, Hess, Horowitz, Tiger. Christensen voted for Anderson, Batchelor, Hess, Horowitz, Tiger. And Waters voted for Batchelor, Lane, Hess, Horowitz, Tiger. Let me just do my math, which is terrible at this time of night. So 5 positions. They will go to Pamela Batchelor, Holly Bradish Lane, Noah Hess, Susan Horowitz, and Cynthia Tiger. The next ballot you have is for Board of Adjustment and Appeals. The first ballot should be for 2 regular member terms ending June 30th, 2022.
I move that we appoint Shannon Elvins and Brett Pickens to 2 regular member terms ending 6/30/2022. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, done?
Thank you. Cable Trust Board, we have 2 applicants and 2 terms.
Yep, same thing. I move that we appoint William Decker and Wesley Poteet to 2 regular member terms ending 6/30/2022. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Callahan, we did not get any applications. For the DDA, you have 2 current board members that have applied for the 2 positions that are available. Would you like to vote? or
So moved. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Pass unanimously.
Thank you. For General Employee Retirement Pension Board, we have 1 term ending June 30th, 2024, and 2 people. So we will need a ballot on that one. I believe on your ballot, it has both terms on one ballot, or are they split?
Just one.
You have 2, okay.
Yeah.
We'll do the one regular member.
Are we doing
member.
general employee retirement? Or are we doing the,
Yes, General Employee Retirement.
I thought we had, wait, hold on. There's only one. I move that we appoint Greg Wagner to the General Employee Retirement Pension Board as the 1 regular citizen at large member term ending 6/30/2024. Right, I know, that's why I'm just making the motion. So I move Greg Wagner be appointed General Employee Retirement Pension Board.
And who seconded that?
Who's it?
There are
No,
2
no.
positions. One is for an employee, one is for a citizen at large.
Right. So
So I have your ballots for the employee, and the motion is for the citizen at large,
Correct.
which is Greg Wagner.
So I move that we appoint Greg Wagner. Let's vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Read the ballots.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have Waters Luna, Peck Luna, Finley Luna, Martin Luna, Bagley Luna, Christensen Luna, Rodriguez Luna, unanimously Roberto Luna. Moving along to Library Advisory Board. We
There's
have
two.
3 applicants. You should have first one regular member term ending June 30th, 2024. Two should be on separate ballots. We're doing the regular member term. Not the unexpired. The regular full term is the first vote. You do have multiple copies just in case there's a tie. Is that okay with everybody? This is regular member, okay. Christensen Keller, Martin Johnson, Peck Keller, Finley Keller, Waters Keller, Bagley Keller, Rodriguez Keller. So Cynthia Keller will fill the regular member term expiring June 30th, 2024.
This is.
And then I need another ballot for the unexpired term ending 2020. And you cannot vote for Keller. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the unexpired term, Finley voted for, I don't know how you say that, Cersoni. Peck voted Cersoni. Cerconi. Martin voted Finn Johnson. Bagley voted Finn Johnson. Am I interpreting that okay, Mayor?
Say again?
I'm unclear on your vote.
No, just the one on the, it should have been the second one. How's that unclear?
Fink Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay. Christensen, Cerconi, Rodriguez, Fink Johnson, Waters, Fink Johnson. So that unexpired term will go to Catherine Fink Johnson. The next board is the Housing Authority, and I mentioned to the mayor that at the 6:25 meeting, there is a term reduction item coming to council. So if you'd like to delay appointment so we can be clear on the term for those people, we could do that, or you could appoint tonight.
Oh, you talking about the LHA?
The mayor appoints for
No,
Longmont
so
Housing
we're
Authority.
going to wait till next week.
Okay.
If that's okay. Although, no, actually, I want to appoint Dr. Waters to his position.
Okay.
So let's do that.
Okay.
If anybody's opposed to that, speak up now or forever hold your peace.
And
That's
then
what I thought.
next week you will decide on
We'll
whether or
talk.
not.
I was like, I'm
Right.
not- yeah, you can have it. You can have it.
Yeah, Noah Hess was appointed to.
Yeah, so we're going to appoint Dr. Waters, and then we'll talk next week about the new terms and.
Okay.
and who else
And
we're
Noah
gonna
Hess was
appoint.
appointed to Art and Public Places. So
True,
you
he was
still
already
have a
appointed, so
vacancy.
we still need to repost the position.
Right. So onto the MOPC Pension Board, you should have ballots for that. One term ending June 30th, 2022, and 4 applicants.
Everybody was awesome, by the way, on this
Good.
one. That was a tough one.
Sandy's fixing it for you. Gotcha. So for MOPC, Waters voted Dabney, Peck voted Dabney, Finley voted Dabney, Bagley voted Dabney, Christensen Dabney, Rodriguez Dabney, Martin Dabney. So unanimously, Dabney. The next one is the Museum Advisory Board, 3 regular member terms and 3 applicants. You can either vote or motion.
Yeah. Go ahead, make the motion. Councilmember Peck. Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you. On to Sustainability Advisory Board. You have 6 applicants there and 3 terms. So please vote for 3.
Did we appoint Rebecca Anderson yet? Okay.
She's the one that did not get appointed.
And then I do want to remind people that Wendy Jones did say, oh, hey, I don't want to do it. I'll only do it if there's nobody else. She, no, but I know, but she's it's pretty much exactly what she said. We did on the application.
Thank you. So Bagley voted for Anderson. Oh, I'm sorry. Erase that. I didn't say anything yet. Okay. Bagley voted for Anderson, Flagg, and Lynn. Waters voted for Abelkis, Flagg, and Thieling. Peck voted for Abelkis, Jones, and Lynn. Finley voted for Anderson, Flagg, and Thieling. Christensen voted for Abelkis, Flagg, and Lynn. Sorry, wrong. Rodriguez voted for Abelkis, Anderson, and Lynn. Christensen. I have a wrong ballot. This is the Transportation Advisory, that's sustainability. Martin voted for Flagg, Lynn, and Thieling, and then I still need Christensen's. Councilmember Christensen's. Sustainability Advisory Board? You heard it? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Correct. I did have yours. Thank you. So, 3 terms. So we have Cody Flagg with 5 votes, Mary Lynn with 5 votes, and Kaya Belkis with 4. So those will be your 3 appointees. Moving on now to Transportation Advisory Board. Councilmember Christensen is ready. Do not vote for Catherine Fink Johnson. We already appointed her to another board.
Can you read the Sustainability Advisory Board result one more time?
Kaya Belkis, Cody Flagg, and Mary Lynn
Okay.
were the 3 that got the most votes. Who are we missing? Councilmember Martin. This is Transportation Advisory Board, 2 regular member terms. Martin voted for Michelle and Stewart. Bagley voted for Stewart and Zortman. Peck for Michelle and Stewart. Finley for Michelle and Stewart. Christensen for Michelle and Stewart. Rodriguez for Stewart and Zortman. Waters for Michelle and Zortman. So Sandra Stewart and Courtney Michelle would be your two appointees. Last one is the Water Board. One term, three applicants. Waters voted Davis. Finley voted Davis. Rodriguez Davis. Christensen Davis. Peck Davis. Bagley Davis and Martin Davis. So Renee Davis unanimously. Thank you, Mayor and council members. That's all we've got. We'll bring back the Housing Authority. We'll just re-advertise the vacancy.
All right, let's move on to 11E, compensation review for the city attorney. Before that, sure, go ahead.
I just want to, having now just voted on this, I want to reiterate to Harold and whoever else on the team is involved. The last two times we've gone through this, we had a format. The format was updated and improved from two cycles ago to the last cycle. And in the last cycle, we asked for staff, whatever staff is responsible for working with the advisory board, to let your staff know what they need. So we had that statement from city staff, and some way to organize the interviews, right? That didn't happen this time, and I don't know why. I know everybody's had a lot to do, but it seems to me that's a ball that was dropped that we ought to put back into the routine. And if some of us need to get together to get more specific in terms of the questions that might be asked relative to boards and commissions, we can do that. But I for one would like to see us resume what we did, not this time, but the time before, at least in terms of statement of need from the staff and a way to score evaluations with some guidance on questions.
All right, let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem.
Dr. Waters and I discussed sitting down and working on that together, and perhaps we can develop something and bring it back before council and get their input and then work out something so that this can work out better. I've been frustrated with this for the last 5.5 years, so I'm happy to work on it.
All right, nothing else is in the queue. Let's go on to compensation review for the city attorney. All right, do we have a motion? I actually move that we give Eugene May a 3% raise. All right, nobody else in the queue, let's vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with Dr. Waters against. So if we could have HR just prepare that, we'll be good. All right, let's move on to final call, public invite to be heard. Anybody here want to come up and say anything about prairie dogs? I dare you. I dare you. All right. All right, Mayor and council comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
I will dearly miss Dan Kramer, who is going off to Estes Park to run, as City Attorney Eugene May said, a one-man show, a one-man band. So we wish him the very best. He's the only guy in city government who has an appreciation for words like cockamamie, shenanigans, hijinks, and similar words that may have political implications. I also would urge City Council, with the exception of Councilwoman Finley, who will be gone, and
Mayor Bagley, who will be sweating bullets while his daughter gets married, to take part in, put your muscle where your mouth is and take part in the Habitat Build, which was specifically organized to try to get city council members and members of staff to work on actually building affordable housing for Habitat. It's from 8:30 in the morning, and the flyer says only till 1:30 in the afternoon, which probably is true. Anyway, please give them a call, participate if you can.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I also would like to wish Dan Kramer all the best luck in the world. He was great to work with. In keeping with Bike Month, I just want to say that my son and I biked out to Sandstone Ranch on Sunday, and if you haven't done that, you should. It's incredibly beautiful. Wild turkeys, geese, all kinds of riparian, don't you love that word? Wildlife. And it really makes you feel very special. That Longmont is very special. We have a lot to offer. So if you haven't ridden out to Sandstone, do it. It's great.
All right, there's nobody else in the queue. City Manager?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
Mr. May?
No comments, Mayor.
All right, we're adjourned. All in all, I'm surprised it's this early.